for Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Rousing rendition. I'll news report that the doors be open. I wouldn't know. I can assure you. Alors, statements by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. We're told, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Heritage is speaking about giant web-based companies, and that's great. She said that they would have to respect our cultural policies and better spread the benefits of their business model. And that's all in well and good, but the reality is that her government's budget is perpetuating the privileges granted to such companies. The reality is that her government is still refusing to ask Netflix to collect sales tax. In Quebec, we have a different approach. Quebecers are opposed to the Netflix privilege on sales taxes. Consequently, all the parties of Quebec's National Assembly are asking that Netflix collect sales tax. The result? Now, Netflix will have to collect Quebec's sales tax. That is a clear message. That is respecting the public. That is what we call walking the talk. From words to action. From words to action. I invite the government to learn from this.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Niagara Centre, on March 29th, we will celebrate the opening of the Welland Canal at Loch 8 in the city of Port Colborne with the presentation of a top hat to the captain of the first downbound ship. The top hat is an homage to William Hamilton Merritt, builder of the canal in 1829. The people of Niagara Centre, Mr. Speaker, and its visitors from around the world are proud of this engineering marvel, which lifts ships 320 feet up or down the Niagara Escarpment between Great Lakes, Ontario, as well as Erie. Last year, the Seaway set a record of 298 days of navigation. The economic impact is $36 billion, and 27,000 jobs in Canada and the United States depend on this international trade corridor. Mr. Speaker, whether it is the Mariner service the Sunday before the big day, or visitors to the popular Niagara South Coast museums, the citizens of Niagara Centre keep the spirit and history of our Welland Canal alive.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a former classmate of mine and constituent. Mr. Joe Hill was just elected President of Beef Farmers of Ontario. He and his family live just outside of Fergus and Elora in Wellington County. They have been raising beef cattle for generations. In fact, I remember when we both worked on beef farms when we were at Fergus High School, him on his father's farm and me on the neighbours. Ontario is Canada's second largest beef-producing province, and Beef Farmers of Ontario represents the province's 19,000 beef farmers. Once again, congratulations and best wishes to Joe Hill as he begins his term as president. I look forward to working with him to ensure that Ontario's beef farmers are well represented here on Parliament Hill.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the issue of infrastructure is vital for the country's economy and for the region of the Lower Laurentians, where the flow of road traffic urgently needs real improvement. Our government has committed to supporting and developing infrastructures for road transportation and public transportation. The government of Quebec revealed yesterday in its budget that Highway 19 is being targeted for construction projects and that funds have been earmarked for dedicated lanes on Highway 15. For 47 years, the citizens of the Laurentians have been waiting for these urgently needed improvements, and I'm delighted by this commitment. A seminar on traffic congestion will be held in our region on April 23rd, and it will be an exceptional opportunity for all levels of government to work together. I will be there to represent my citizens and the Government of Canada. I can assure you that these citizens will be paying close attention to these projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, in Saudi Arabia, freedom of expression and freedom of assembly is severely repressed. For 5 years, a young Saudi blogger, Rauf Badawi, is unfortunately the poster child for this oppression. He has been whipped and is still in prison, even though he just won a significant international prize for bravery in journalism. For 5 years, his wife, Ansar Haidar, and their 3 children have been working hard to ensure that this husband and father finds his freedom. To intensify pressure on Saudi Arabia and bring a certain protection to Raif Badawi, his wife asks that he become an honorary Canadian citizen. She's made the request to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister has promised to act. It is now time to act. Will the Prime Minister support making Raif Badawi an honorary Canadian citizen?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Today to highlight the achievement of Miramichi's own Laura Dickinson. Laura, who is just 18 years old, recently competed in the Pan American Cross Country Cup in El Salvador, where she brought home silver in the 6-kilometer race. She also helped Team Canada's junior women secure the top spot to win a gold medal. This wasn't the first Pan American game brought home by Laura, and she has also broken many provincial track records. With such a bright future ahead of her, Laura has been given a full scholarship to Syracuse University. I am sure Laura will continue to be a shining star and make Canada and the Miramichi proud. Congratulations, Laura, and we wish you continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to recognize CTV Saskatoon's 2017 Citizen of the Year, Mr. Hugo Alvarado. Hugo is an artist extraordinaire. He arrived in Saskatoon more than 4 decades ago from Chile with a little more than a pair of shorts and $5 to his name. Now he's a very successful artist and also is co-founder of Artists Against Hunger. Hugo and his fellow artists have contributed thousands of dollars through their charitable organization. Hugo is a well-known teacher of art. In fact, my wife Anne was one of his students. He is a personal friend, and his art hangs in our house. A reception to honor Hugo Alvarado as Saskatoon Citizen of the Year will be held tomorrow in my city.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride I recognize a truly inspiring Canadian today from Meadowville in my riding. During a hockey game, Dominic Cozzolino was badly injured and bravely endured months of surgery and rehabilitation when he was just 14 years old. He aspired to be a hockey player and recalled overhearing a doctor say he'll be lucky to ever play again. Dominic defied that doctor's comment. He did play again, and he fought back his injuries with strength and determination. Not only did he return to the ice, but he represented Canada in the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games in Pyeongchang. Dom and his team won silver. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating Dominic Cozzolino in not only his remarkable achievements on the ice and representing Canada, but for being an incredible inspiration for all Canadians. Dominic, well done.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have proudly watched the Olympic and Paralympic athletes represent Canada at the Olympic Games in South Korea. while I congratulate all competitors, especially those from PEI, I do want to single out Mark Arends, who stood on the podium 6 times. Mark lived on a farm in the next community to mine, and I remember vividly the day word spread about the 7-year-old losing his arm to a grain auger. His family, his parents, and he accepted the challenges before him, and Mark insisted on learning all life skills that came with being one-handed. Sport became his therapy, the biathlon shooting range his meditation. The results: individual gold, individual silver, 3 bronze, and 1 mixed relay silver. Mark Arends now holds the record for the most medals won by a Canadian in a single Paralympic Winter Games, being selected as Canada's flag bearer for the closing ceremony added to the honour. Mark, you are an inspiration. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Canada's crime index rises first time in 12 years, lifted by spike in Alberta. Landowners are free prey. Elderly man beaten, robbed on rural Rocky Mountain House property. Mr. Speaker, headlines like these are now commonplace as more and more Albertans are finding themselves victims of rural crime. Recently, a 79-year-old man was beaten and robbed by 3 assailants. He was unable to walk for 5 days after these cowards punched him in the face and kicked him. 79 years old. Hard-working, law-abiding citizens are continually victimized because we have a justice system that fails them every single day. And this Liberal government has not introduced a single piece of legislation that addresses crime. There are judicial vacancies and a bottleneck in Crown Prosecution's offices. Criminals are set free because the Liberal government has failed Canadians. The catch-and-release system of justice is simply not working, Mr. Speaker. My constituents have had enough. Mr. Speaker, do we need to wait until someone is beaten to death on their own property before the Liberals will take the issue of rural crime seriously? What's it going to take?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Association of BC Land Surveyors on the success of their 113th AGM under the chairmanship of Mr. Brian Brown. 21 years ago, I became a proud member of this profession under the leadership of Mr. Hans Strolson and the mentorship of Mr. David Harris. In the words of Surveyor General of BC, Mr. Mike Thompson, quote, BC land surveyors continue to be critical in the growth and development of British Columbia, providing fundamental support to the economic and social fabric of the province through the diligent preparation of the quality surveys, unquote. I'm proud to be part of this honourable profession. Please join me in welcoming all newly commissioned BC land surveyors and the incoming president, Mr. Roger Gallivo, along with his board of management. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bona Vista, Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, it is a proud time in Newfoundland and Labrador. It gives me tremendous pride to stand in the House today to recognize an honoured former member, a true advocate for the people, and now Newfoundland and Labrador newest and first female Lieutenant Governor, the Honourable Judy Foote. I would like to thank our Prime Minister and convey the gratitude of our entire province for making this marvellous decision. As the Queen's representative in Newfoundland and Labrador, I am positive Judy will bring the same professionalism and passion she brought forth in her political life. I have no doubt she will serve the Government House with respect and expertise it requires, all while being close to home and still spending time with her family. I would like to offer my heartfelt congratulations and thank you to the outgoing Lieutenant Governor, the Honourable Frank Fagan. His honour served the Newfoundland and Labrador people with grace and distinction during the past 5 years and is the pride of the entire province. Mr. Speaker, as the member for Bona Vista, Burin Trinity, Newfoundland and Labrador congratulates the Honourable Judy Foote. We look forward.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After another cold winter, Easter and the signs of spring are upon us once again. During Easter, Christians celebrate the sacrifice of our Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, as the demonstration of God's immense love for mankind. Like the Passover lamb, we remember that Jesus died in our place. The good news that Christ died for the sins of the world, was buried and rose again, is the foundation of the Christian faith, making Easter one of our most important celebrations. As a Christian in Canada, I know I am blessed to live in a country where I can live my faith in peace and freedom. It is my prayer that Christians around the world will be able to worship and celebrate this holiday free from violence and terrorism. Mr. Speaker, from my family to yours, I wish you and all members in this House a happy Easter.
That is returned. The Honourable Member from Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on International Women's Day, I invited my constituents to nominate a woman who inspires them. I stand today to recognize one of those exceptional women. Samar Hamadi, who was born in Lebanon, is a computer science graduate from York University. With her husband, she raised 2 engineers and a journalist. She's a co-founder of Women for a Prosperous Community, who raised $30,000 for Mississauga's Credit Valley Hospital. Every year, she provides space, mentorship, and support to 200 young volunteers. They train to perform at Karasaga, Mississauga's cultural festival. The group has become one of the most popular attractions and won many awards. Summer is always seen serving others, youth, refugees, and those who need help. Her selfless, loving spirit and beautiful singing voice lifts us all. Summer, thank you for inspiring us and for making our community better. Thank you also to your husband, Joe, and your kids, Adonis, Rami, and...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Who could still doubt young people's passion, engagement, and ability to mobilize, especially young women and girls? In Quebec, we remember the impact of Martine Desjardins, one of the spokespeople of the student movement. Last week, we saw a new demonstration of young women's impressive ability to act, to not only lead the battle, but be eloquent while doing so. 800,000 people marched to reinforce gun control in the United States. One of the most moving speeches was given by Emma Gonzalez, who, at just 18 years old, found the words and used her silent pauses to talk about her grief and the necessity of protecting students. How could we also not recall Autumn Pelletier, 13 years old, a young Anishinaabe who spoke before the UN General Assembly to ask, with great poise, that water be treated as a person, with all the rights that go with this status, in order to stop water pollution. To all young women and girls who are listening, don't hesitate to speak. Don't hesitate to demand accountability. You're inspiring no matter what you're fighting for.
Mr. Speaker, April 2nd, World Autism Awareness Day will mark 20 years since my son Jaden's diagnosis. Helen Keller once said, "Life is a succession of lessons which must be lived to be understood." These words are very powerful for me. For example, 2 years ago, Jaden and I had a great day speaking to 15,000 kids at We Day in Saskatoon. Our flight home was delayed, and suddenly Jaden got really sad. Tears streamed down his cheeks. We found a quiet place at an empty gate, and I just held him, my 20-year-old son, for half an hour until he felt better. I reflect a lot on what I learned from Jaden, that though he struggles to articulate why he feels what he feels, he expresses how he feels very openly and clearly, without words. That for Jaden, much more important than the words I speak is the simple fact that I am there. The life we live is never exactly the life we expected, but the unexpected life, that is where the real learning takes place.
It's always good to have Jaden here. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. March is Juvenile Arthritis Month, a disease that affects more than 26,000 children and teens in Canada. 10-year-old Aiden Soares was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis in 2014. A student in my riding, Aiden is unstoppable in his campaign to spread awareness of childhood arthritis and fundraise for a cure. Despite the odds, he earned his first black belt in Taekwondo last year. I joined Aidan on Canada Day as he broke 150 boards as part of his fundraising efforts. He wants to show others that you should never give up on your dreams and that a disease should never define you. Since April 2016, Aidan has been arthritis-free. He continues to raise awareness of childhood arthritis and has become an ambassador for the Arthritis Society. Aidan's message is simple: arthritis hurts, but you can never give up. Keep your dreams because they can come true.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're starting to understand why the Liberals are going to such great lengths to cover up their disastrous trip to India. The Liberal member for Brampton East took a job with a construction company after getting elected. Now we've learned that his corporate boss was invited along on the Prime Minister's trip. Now, he was there for one purpose: to drum up new business. Now, of course, new business for the company means more money on the side for the Liberal MP. Now, the member for Brampton East blames the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister blames the Liberal member for Brampton East. Who's telling the truth?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on our trip to India, we signed agreements worth more than $1 billion of bilateral investment between Canada and India. We led to the creation of close to 6,000 new jobs in Canada from our initiatives. We met with a broad range of leaders in the cultural industry, in business. We're continuing to deepen the connections and the friendship between Canada and India, an important international partner.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Also there to help a corporate boss of a Liberal member of Parliament to sign contracts for his private company, benefiting that Liberal member. That is completely unethical. Est-ce que le Premier ministre va faire...
Can the Prime Minister do the one thing that he must do? That is to refer the affair to the Ethics Commissioner. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's so disappointing to see that the opposition still cannot see how important the relationship between Canada and India is so important. We have growing ties. We have a growing economy that will help the middle class in Canada. We have more than $1 billion in contracts in India, which will lead to the creation of more than 5,000 new high-quality jobs for Canadians. These investments will enhance the growth of our economy, increase innovation and entrepreneurship, and will also increase collaboration.
L'Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We know how important India is for Canada, and it will be up to the Conservatives to repair the harm done by the Liberal government. With respect to the convicted terrorist who attended an event, a media representative who was at the briefing broke his silence yesterday. He confirmed that the media received information that they could not protect. Why? Mr. Speaker, if the opposition members understood how important what is happening between India and Canada, one would think that the Leader of the Opposition would accept the confidential classified briefing that we have offered in order that he have all the information he needs on what is happening between our two countries. However, the members opposite do not want to know the facts. They do not want to know what's really happening. They are simply playing politics. That was what Stephen Harper did, and it's so disappointing to see that that's still what the Conservatives are doing.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Public Safety Minister claimed that no classified information was shared with the media by the National Security Advisor regarding the presence of a convicted terrorist on the Prime Minister's trip to India. He then said that all the information was already reported in the media. Now, senior trusted journalists who were on that conference call with the National Security Advisor say otherwise. They say they were specifically told that they could not report some things. So why won't the Prime Minister provide the same briefing to members of Parliament that he's already given to the media?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, What Canadians can't understand is that the member opposite, the leader of the official opposition, has been given the opportunity to receive a full classified briefing on all aspects of this issue and chooses not to understand the truth. Now, for 10 years, Stephen Harper and his gang muzzled scientists, ignored facts, ignored the truth. 2.5 years later, it's clear the Conservatives haven't learned their lesson. They'd rather not hear the truth if it jars against their political...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
We have invited the Prime Minister to unmuzzle the National Security Advisor and tell the truth to Parliament. He's the one that is refusing to come clean. But of course, this isn't the only issue that the Prime Minister has trouble coming clean with. We've only learned recently about the nature of the illegal gift that he received during his illegal private island vacation. But the Trudeau report makes it clear that multiple gifts were exchanged. So can the Prime Minister explain exactly what those other illegal gifts were, who received them, and why he chose to hide this from Canadians for so long?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, we work with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, answered all her questions. She put forward a report which we accepted, full recommendations which we implemented. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has dealt with. What is interesting, Mr. Speaker, is this member, the Leader of the Opposition, continues to lay on the personal attacks, even though he committed last weekend in a newspaper article interview that he would focus on policy, not on personal attacks.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government of Quebec had the courage to act. The Quebec sales tax will apply to foreign digital platforms as well as domestic platforms. On the other side of the Atlantic, the European Union has also chosen to make Netflix pay its fair share. For more than 6 months, there has been a consensus. That is that the government must modernize its legislation and put everyone on the same footing. It's common sense, Mr. Speaker. Will this government stop saying that it is impossible to act and finally require that web giants pay their fair share? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is claiming that it would be Netflix and the web giants that would pay those new taxes. However, it's taxpayers that would pay these taxes. And we, on this side of the House, we committed to not increasing taxes on taxpayers who were already paying for digital subscriptions and for their internet. If the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert wants to stay in the House, he has to quieten down. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. What's it going to take to understand that the sales tax should apply to everyone equally and fairly? The budget implementation bill for 2018 was tabled yesterday, and now we have this 547 mammoth of a bill, which means that the Liberals broke their promise to end omnibus bills. Worse still, there is very little that will have a significant impact on equity and equality. It is clear that this government lacks the courage to implement pay equity, parental leave, or reviewing the management of Indigenous lands. Why are the Liberals being so silent on such crucial issues? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with Budget 2018, we are improving competitiveness, equality, sustainability, and fairness in Canada. Our budget plan will continue to invest in strengthening the middle class. It is providing a better foundation for the future for our children. We are reducing the salary gap. We are increasing the sharing of parental duties, and we are coming forward with better innovations and initiatives for entrepreneurship. We are continuing towards equality. This is a budget that Canadians can be proud of.
You haven't read your own bill. The Liberals' Budget Implementation Act betrays all women who believe the so-called gender budget would make our lives more fair. In spite of all the airtime this government has given to legislating equal pay for work of equal value, yesterday's budget bill does nothing. Liberals promised pay equity 40 years ago, and again in 2016, and again last month. Prime Minister, wake up. It's 2018. When will the Liberals legislate pay equity?
Yeah. I'm sure the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith knows that, of course, members are to direct their questions and comments to the chair. And so we'll assume that was through me, I guess, is what my colleague over here is suggesting. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that when we invest in women, we strengthen our economy. Budget 2018 takes our commitment to gender equality even further by investing in women entrepreneurs and women in skilled trades, by launching a new parental sharing benefit, by introducing historic, proactive pay equity legislation. While the Conservatives want to bring us back to the Harper Conservative days of doing nothing to support women across Canada, we're ensuring that women have the tools and support they need to fully thrive in Canada's economy today and tomorrow.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian women deserve far more than those hollow talking points. The Prime Minister promised to finally deliver on pay equity. The budget bill reveals another broken promise. The Prime Minister promised to deliver enhanced parental leave. The budget bill shows another broken promise. And the Prime Minister implied prior to the budget that he...
I think the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby knows that I've asked members not to engage in chanting. It's appropriate. Member poses his question, and I'll ask him to carry on with his question and present it here in the House.
And the Prime Minister implied prior to the budget that he'd bring in pharmacare. Another broken promise. So why doesn't the Prime Minister stop breaking promises?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we keep our promises. We move forward. The very first thing we did in lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them on the wealthiest 1%, which members across the aisle, Conservative and NDP, voted against. We then brought in a Canada Child Benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families and lifts hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. In this most recent budget, we're moving forward and recognizing that equity is also an economic benefit. And by folding more women into the workforce, by giving them opportunities, we are growing the economy for everyone.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about treating women with respect. On March 26th, in response to the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, the Minister of Finance referred to her as, and I quote, a Neanderthal. Our Deputy Leader pointed out his own personal hypocrisy supporting women, and the Finance Minister answered by calling her a Neanderthal. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and order his Finance Minister to apologize?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I'm happy to say that I think that all members in this House should treat each other with respect at all times. But with Budget 2018, we're taking the next steps towards building an equal, competitive, sustainable and fair Canada, where science, curiosity and innovation spur economic growth. Our strong fiscal plans mean that we can continue to invest in ways that will strengthen and grow the middle class and lay a more solid foundation for our children's future. By addressing the gender wage gap, supporting equal parenting, tackling gender-based violence and sexual harassment,
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can do more than just hope people talk to each other with respect. He can order his Finance Minister to apologize for his insulting and sexist remarks. This Finance Minister didn't like being challenged by a strong Conservative woman, and he reacted by using sexist language and insulting terms. Will he do the right thing and go beyond just hoping, Mr. Speaker, and order his Finance Minister to apologize for his embarrassing behavior?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. no lessons from the members opposite when it comes to respecting women. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, given that 2.5 years ago, Canada made historic gains and made news around the world by moving forward for the first time with a gender-balanced cabinet. However, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, leader of the official opposition, refuses to commit to continuing this world-leading practice, won't commit to appointing as many women as men in some eventual cabinet. Mr. Speaker, that's not right.
We'll have some order. You know, I've heard the Easter Bunny also knows who's naughty and who's nice. We better behave ourselves here. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I can assure the Prime Minister that the Cabinet for the Government of Canada, after the 2019 election, will have plenty of strong, conservative women in it. Now, yes, just the other day, a Conservative Member of Parliament asked the Minister of the Environment a very simple question. Of course, you may be disappointed to learn, Mr. Speaker, didn't get an answer. So I'll ask the Prime Minister, can he tell this House exactly how much his $50 per tonne carbon tax will reduce greenhouse emissions by?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Canada's history, we have an actual plan to reach our carbon reduction targets. And they want to talk about what it'll cost. I prefer to think about what it will cost if we don't reduce our carbon emissions, if we don't recognize that protecting the environment and growing the economy go together. For 10 years, Stephen Harper blocked any movement on the environment and therefore couldn't get it done on the economy. We know, Canadians know, that doing it together, economy and environment, is the only way forward, and that's what we're doing.
I'm having great trouble hearing the answers. I'd ask members to listen. Whether they like the answers or not, or the questions, they have to listen, and I need to hear them, because I need to know if someone breaks one of the rules, the standing orders, of course. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
This is the worst logic I've ever seen coming out of this Liberal government. They don't know if their plan will be effective at all. They can't tell Canadians how much greenhouse gases will be reduced by their carbon tax, but then they say, but we can't afford not to do it, Mr. Speaker. What he's telling us is that we're all going to have to pay more for our home heating, for our fuel for our cars, to bring our kids to work, to school, to travel to work, to buy groceries, but they have no idea if it will actually work. Mr. Speaker, can he please tell the House exactly how much carbon emissions will be reduced by his carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, scientists and economists around the world have recognized that putting a price on carbon pollution is the best way to move forward, to reduce our carbon emissions and innovate to grow the economy. The folks on the other side of the aisle didn't understand that when they were in power for 10 years, and they're doubling down on their incomprehension of something that Canadians know, that the only way to build a strong economy for the future is by protecting the environment at the same time. Their willful blindness and ignorance on this is hurt.
Order. I'm hearing way too much. I've heard very often today from my member for Battle River Crowfoot, who hasn't had the floor. And he should know that the time to speak is when a member has the floor, but he doesn't have it right now.
Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, all senators and members voted unanimously to pass Bill C-452 to tackle exploitation and trafficking in persons. Even the Prime Minister and all the Liberal members of Parliament voted for this bill. All that's lacking now is the Prime Minister's signature. Mr. Speaker, life is all about priorities. Because of the Prime Minister's inaction, life has been hell for thousands of young girls and their family for nearly 3 years. When will he understand how urgent it is to sign off on this bill? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the situation that these young girls and families face throughout Canada, especially in Quebec, as we've seen in the news, is a plague, and it's terrible, and we must do everything that we can to combat exploitation and to protect young girls and young boys as well. We must do more. Unfortunately, the bill as was drafted had some provisions that did not comply with the Charter, but we are going to do everything we can to protect young women in the country. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, all MPs, regardless of political stripe, voted in favour of this bill. And here's what one mother said at the time, Ms. Obey, 1 year ago, said directly to the Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, if Bill C-452 had existed 2 years ago, I wouldn't be where I am today with my daughter. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious, serious issue. There are thousands of other young girls in Quebec and throughout Canada who are caught in this awful trafficking system. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to sign off on this bill? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a plague that affects people throughout the country, and we take it extremely seriously. That is why we are working with the Minister of the Status of Women and the Minister of Justice to find the best tools to help us reduce this and eliminate this horrible plague, which is trafficking in persons and exploitation. We know that we must do more, and we will do more, but we are going to do it within our Constitution, and we won't take anti-constitutional steps.
Mr. Speaker, official language minority communities across our country, including on the prairies, have been waiting for the government to deliver on its commitments for almost 3 years. Les belles paroles.
Mr. Speaker, hollow words are not sufficient. Today, the government is trying to give the impression that the amount being invested is more than it actually is. Is the Minister of Heritage using these numbers to hide the fact that Budget 2018 numbers represent actually less than what was being called for by the communities? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our official languages are at the very heart of our Canadian identity, and we are proud to make historic investments in official languages. More than $500 million for an action plan for communities. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years under the Conservatives, we are now taking concrete steps. We are going to strengthen our communities, increase access to services, and promote a bilingual Canada. We listen to communities, and our announcement is proof of that. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister and the Minister of Heritage finally unveiled the Official Languages Action Plan. Even though it wasn't the amount hoped for by communities, the action plan does promise a highly anticipated reinvestment throughout the country. The government is announcing more action for immigration and early childhood, which are essential areas for the vitality of our communities. However, we're disappointed by the absence of leadership and governance. How can we prevent the many violations of the Official Languages Act if we do not have responsibility and leadership within the Liberal government? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, official languages and the protection of minority language communities throughout our country are at the heart of who we are as Liberals and who we are as a government. We are going to continue to listen to these communities and work with them, and that's why we are so proud of these historic investments we're making in official languages and that we announced today. And a very important part of that is more transparency and more accountability for those funds, so people will really know how we are delivering for official languages throughout the country.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, after the Member of Parliament for Brampton East was elected, he started to accept contracts from various people within his constituency. Mr. Speaker, ironically, the President and his boss was invited along on this disastrous trip to India that the Prime Minister and his entourage undertook. Now, Mr. Speaker, for me, that poses some significant questions with respect to conflicts of interest. Will the Prime Minister tell us who invited Mr. Yanelmez and who approved that invitation?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud to be working to create more opportunities for the Canadian middle class and people working hard to join it. Events on these trips are about strengthening ties and bringing people together, and to make these events as accessible as possible for those who want to participate. MPs and business organizations will often invite community and business leaders to join. These exchanges increase Canada's standing in the global community, and we're going to continue to do just that.
The honourable member for Milton.
Speaker, it's not about whether or not you invite businesses along. It's about whether or not the public can have the trust in the integrity of the members of Parliament inviting these businesses along. And where the member has gone woefully wrong, and I must assume he offered the invitation since the Prime Minister isn't saying anything different, he's a lawyer, he would have read his code of conduct, and he would know that if there was a grey area as to whether or not he was furthering the private interests of his contracted employer, then he should seek an opinion of the Ethics Commissioner. Did he seek an opinion of the Ethics Commissioner before he invited his boss to rub elbows with the Prime Minister and the Minister?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are stuck in the politics of innuendo and insinuation instead of working with us to make progress on the issues that matter most to Canadians. Unlike Stephen Harper's Conservatives, we promise Canadians to be open and accessible, and that's exactly what we're doing. But engaging countries abroad isn't about our government, it's about creating opportunities for Canadians. That's why we're proud that hundreds of Canadian business and community leaders have joined us in strengthening Canadian ties abroad, and we'll continue to help them do that.
Order. Order. I want to remind members that quiet does not indicate consent or agreement. And in fact, it was very quiet when the member for Milton posed her question. But I don't see why it couldn't be quiet during the response. Whether members agree or not, it does not indicate agreement.
The honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the owner of a construction company linked to the member for Brampton East was invited on the Prime Minister's trip to India, and it doesn't end there. The media report that this member earned income from this business, and they had invited the owner without the authorization of the Ethics Commissioner. The Prime Minister's office says that it's the member for Brampton East that invited his business affiliate to India, but the member denies this. Who's telling the truth? Is this going to be yet another investigation of the Ethics Commissioner? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's always disappointing to see how the opposition still cannot recognize the importance of the relationship between Canada and India. We have a growing economy in India, and it provides many opportunities to strengthen Canada's middle class. We secured more than $1 billion in contracts, which will lead to the creation of more than 5,000 high-quality jobs for Canadians. These investments will enhance the growth of the Canadian economy, enhance innovation and entrepreneurship, and which will increase collaboration between the countries. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, our ethics code says a member shall not act in any way to further his or her private interests or to improperly further another person's or entity's private interests. The Liberal member from Brampton East has admitted that he helped his business affiliate gain high-level access to the Prime Minister and other key cabinet ministers during the Prime Minister's trip to India. Will the Prime Minister now refer this case to the Ethics Commissioner, or do we have to?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a country, we're proud to engage with friends and allies abroad in an effort to create more opportunities for the Canadian middle class and those working hard to join it. These events on these trips are about strengthening ties and bringing people together, and Canada benefits when hundreds of community and business leaders are able to join. To make these events as accessible as possible, many MPs arrange invites for people who request them, and even more are made available through organizations like the Canada-India Business Council.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives refuse to deliver on our Kyoto commitments. The Liberals have abandoned our Copenhagen commitments for 2020. The Environment Commissioner reported the Liberals' climate change measures will be insufficient to comply with the deeper commitments for 2030. The Minister says, don't worry, yet offers no detailed accounting on the reductions from her proposed measures. When will she establish measurable interim reduction targets and an independent entity to audit, verify, and publicly report as required under the Paris Agreement?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the reports of the Environment Commissioner are very important to highlight the status of issues and to highlight issues that require attention. We welcome this report. However, let us be clear about what it said. She said that the Pan-Canadian framework represents significant progress and looks forward to seeing its implementation. She also said that this was one of the best climate plans that Canada has ever had. We agree. We have a plan to achieve our commitments, and we're committed to doing so.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, apart from the Liberals, no one seems to believe that the measures put in place will help fight climate change. Yesterday, the Commissioner openly criticized the government's lack of action. Last fall, the OECD and the UN urged Ottawa to pick up the pace to honour its commitments. Even the most recent report from the Department of the Environment submitted to the UN indicated that the Liberal government would be missing its target by 60 megatons. When will the Liberals stop being like ostriches and pull their head out of the sand and take some action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, it would be good for once if the members opposite read the report by the Commissioner in full. She said that this represented considerable progress and was delighted with its implementation, and she also mentioned that it was one of the best climate plans that Canada has ever had. We share that view. We have a long-term plan to honour our commitments, and we are going to fulfill them.
Glengarry Prescott-Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I was in attendance when the Minister and the Prime Minister announced the new action plan for official languages. And I'm hearing positive reactions from my constituents. According to them, our plan is based on comments and their needs, and they finally got a plan that meets their expectations. After 10 years of Conservative government inaction on official languages, can the Prime Minister tell me how this plan will help Francophone communities in my riding and official language communities in minority situation across the country?
Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the member for Glengarry Prescott-Russell for his question and for the work he does for his constituents. Today we announced the most significant budget in 15 years, close to $500 million for an action plan for communities. Following 10 years of underfunding by the Conservatives, we are taking meaningful action. We are investing in early childhood development, community and educational services, in education in the language of one's choice, and in Francophone education.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's coming up to Easter. And it's important to talk about the sense of humor, because the Liberals said they're keeping their promises, and that's not quite true. They are talked about returning to a balanced budget, but that's not true, and it's hiding things. Now, there's some $18 billion, and 7 of it is being hidden, and they're not disclosing the information. Why is the government hiding this from Canadians? Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the previous Conservative government added some $150 billion to the national debt without delivering economic growth that Canadians expected. Over the past 2.5 years, we have invested in Canadians, in the middle class, in our communities, and we've shown the best growth rate in the G7 last year. We created more than 600,000 jobs and are on a yearly basis reducing our debt compared to our GDP. So we are focusing on growth, and we are responsible. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, history will acknowledge it is under the Liberal government that Canadians ended up with a $1 trillion deficit, and that's unacceptable. But this brings me back to my question of this hidden amount. How is it that the government, with this $18 billion, which is far higher than what they announced, how is it that there's a $7 billion amount that's being hidden and carved off? Why aren't they telling Canadians about it? Why is this $7 billion being hidden from Canadians? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have a question on the economy, finally, from the members opposite, because they normally prefer to launch into personal attacks instead of talking about the economy. So let's talk about it. Under the Harper government, they added $150 billion to our national debt. Nor did they create economic growth.
Over the past 2.5 years, we've invested in Canadians, we've cut taxes for the middle class, we've increased them for the wealthiest 1%, and we have delivered the best growth rate in the G7. Last year, we've also created 600,000 jobs.
In the last election, the Prime Minister put his hand on his heart and pleaded with people to believe he would not raise taxes on the middle class. Now, middle-class Canadians, 80% of them are paying higher income tax. And yesterday, at the government's budget briefing, we learned that there will also be a new 11-cent a litre Liberal tax on gas. Will the Prime Minister announce today that all middle-class Canadians will be exempt from paying his new 11-cent a litre gas tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Conservatives focused on a plan that helped and gave benefits to the wealthiest while asking the middle class to pay more and not delivering in the kind of growth and jobs that Canadians earn. Quite frankly, they had the worst rate on growth of any Prime Minister since R.B. Bennett in the depths of the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, in 2.5 years, we've turned that around. We've put more money in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join it. We've lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the...
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question was whether he would exempt middle-class taxpayers from his 11-cent a litre tax on gas. It is a disproportionately high expense for middle and low-income people, and he is going to make it even higher. So I'll ask him a different question because he evaded the last one. I asked an official yesterday, how much will the carbon tax cost the average middle-class family? And I quote, I don't have that information is something I can't share with you at this time. Can the Prime Minister share that information with Canadians at this time?
Well, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that the way to grow the economy is by protecting the environment at the same time. And the best way to reduce our carbon emissions, the world agrees, is to bring in a price on carbon pollution. That is exactly what we are doing. And what we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward on that, is we are also creating innovation and growth and green benefits across this country as new jobs are created, as greater opportunities are created. The previous government didn't understand that, and still today, they don't understand the economy and the environment.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the alarm bells are ringing in the Office of the Minister of Health, but it's as if she's the only one not hearing it. The Public Health Agency of Canada has just published data showing that there were more than 4,000 deaths linked to opioids in 2017, a 40% increase. At the same time, in Hochelaga, the project called Dope Allies is in jeopardy because the agency continues to refuse its funding. How many deaths will have to occur before the Prime Minister takes action? The Honourable Prime Minister, we are facing a national health crisis in this country, and our government is very concerned with the tragic consequences. I am profoundly saddened by the information disclosed yesterday, and in Budget 2018 we have some $231 million for the implementation of additional measures to deal with the opioid crisis. We will continue to put forth solutions based on this data in order to save lives and to turn this trend around.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those words, while the death toll mounts. Opioid overdoses are now claiming more lives than motor vehicle accidents and homicides combined. Wow. 2017 was the worst year on record, with over 4,000 lives lost, 40% more than 2016. This escalating tragedy is fueled by a tainted, illicit drug supply, and the greatest barrier to addressing it is the harm caused by the criminalization of substance use. Mr. Speaker, how does this government expect to help vulnerable people suffering from addiction when it continues to treat them as criminals?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past months, I've had the opportunity to get out on the front lines to talk to first responders, talk to social workers, talk to people who are dealing with the tragedy of this epidemic. I've talked to countless families who've lost loved ones. This is an epidemic across this country that we are taking very seriously. Building on our actions to date, through Budget 2018, we're investing over $231 million for additional measures to help address the opioid crisis, including $150 million for emergency treatment funding for provinces and territories. We will continue to work to bring forward evidence-based...
The member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was in Grand Bank, Newfoundland, and I met a gentleman named Edgar. Now, Edgar has worked at the surf clam processing plant for years, but the minister's callous political decision to award a lucrative government quota to his Liberal friends and family has shaken Edgar's life. He's now at risk of losing his job. He doesn't want EI, he wants to work. What does the Prime Minister have to say to Edgar's family and all of the others put out of work because of his minister's corrupt process?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative habit of pitting Canadians against Indigenous Canadians is quite frankly disgusting. Our decision to increase Indigenous participation in fishing is based on our government's commitment to developing a renewed relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Enhancing access to the Arctic surf clam fishery broadens the distribution of benefits from this public resource and is a powerful step towards reconciliation. This will significantly enhance Indigenous participation in the offshore fishery in Atlantic Canada and Quebec and allow the benefits of this lucrative fishery to flow to more Canadians.
The member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. A group of Liberal family members that had no boat, they weren't even incorporated until after the announcement was made. They didn't have any First Nation partners. As a matter of fact, their bid had multiple placeholders in place. And they still secured a lucrative government quota worth hundreds of millions of dollars without meeting critical bid criteria. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, restart the process, and ensure his minister is recused from it so we can have an honest outcome?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on March 8, 2018, Chief Aaron Salk issued a statement identifying the partners comprising the Five Nations Clam Company. They are Elsie Potog First Nation in New Brunswick, Potolek First Nation in Nova Scotia, Abegwait First Nation in Prince Edward Island, Innu First Nation of Nutashkan in Quebec, and Southern Inuit of Nunatukavut through its commercial fisheries entity NDC Fisheries Limited in Newfoundland and Labrador. This is an opportunity to advance reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, that matters to this government and to most Canadians.
Right thing to do.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support Canadians' right to peaceful assembly, but the BC Supreme Court said protesters must just be 5 meters away from worksite entrances and must not block workers or equipment at the Trans Mountain expansion. The Prime Minister remains MIA on the approved project altogether, and he's silent about violence at the construction site. Last week, 173 protesters were arrested for breaking the ruling. One protester even shoved a police officer to the ground, causing a knee injury. Another was kicked in the head. Does the Prime Minister condemn this violence?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports every Canadian's right to peaceful protest and to have their voices heard. We live in a country where different voices can be heard in a peaceful way. We have taken a decision on this project that is in the national interest, and we are committed to seeing this pipeline built, and we expect all protesters to act within the law.
The member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was in Sault Ste. Marie, Regina, Saguenay-Lac, Saint Jean, and Hamilton as part of the very successful cross-country tour of aluminum and steel facilities. These industries are part of a fair, balanced, integrated trade system with the United States. U.S. tariffs are unacceptable, and the Prime Minister acted quickly and forcefully through concrete actions to ensure the tariff would not proceed. Can the Prime Minister update this House about what action the government is taking to further strengthen the steel industry and aluminum industries in this great country. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from the Sioux for his question, for his hard work, as Steel Caucus co-chair, for his hard work. Earlier this month, I stood with Liberal members and workers in Saguenay, Lac-Saint-Jean, Hamilton, Sault Ste. Marie, and Saskatoon to defend this vital industry from unfair steel and aluminum tariffs. We announced measures to further strengthen our enforcement regime against unfairly cheap foreign steel. Liberal MPs will continue to fight for our aluminum and steel workers who are such an important part of their communities and Canada's economy.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, last January, the Prime Minister paraded through Quebec and made some promises with empty pockets. But the Lévis shipyard's workers are not fools, and they said, we know the government has everything it needs to proceed. What seems to be missing is real political will. The HoC is ready to help the Coast Guard, to help with the ports. What is the Prime Minister waiting for? Why doesn't he take action and put the Davie shipyard workers back to work to help the Coast Guard? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Negotiations are currently underway for the acquisition of icebreakers. We are investing in the Coast Guard so that it can offer the vital services Canadians need while developing our economy and creating jobs. We are currently holding active discussions with the Davie Shipyard regarding an interim capability for icebreakers. We know that these workers do excellent work. Look what they did with the Asterix. Contrary to the Conservatives who eliminated funds, we will ensure that the Coast Guard has the resources it needs.
Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, so help me out here. The member for Brampton East gets himself elected and then goes into business with a local company. Now, I know that's pretty unusual, but at least we have some kind of rules. But then he helps his friend get access to the Prime Minister and senior cabinet ministers during the notorious India trip. The reason we have a conflict of interest code is so that backbenchers don't start selling access to the highest office in the land, like some trying to hunch their Kathleen Velvet Elvis paintings. So doesn't the Prime Minister understand that? Or does he think that the rules for his friends don't count?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud we're working to create more opportunities for the Canadian middle class and those working hard to join it. Events on these trips are about strengthening ties and bringing people together, and to make these events as accessible as possible for those who want to participate. MPs and business organizations will often invite community and business leaders to join. These exchanges increase Canada's standing in the global community, and we're going to continue to do just that.
The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
St. John Rothsay is a perfect example of a place where we have local businesses that are thriving and creating more well-paying jobs due to substantial investments made in them by the federal government through the Regional Development Agency, HoC. However, due to the political stunt pulled by the Conservatives last week, during which they voted against investing in our region, we could have lost crucial funding for HoC and small and medium-sized businesses in my riding. Would the Prime Minister please share what we stood up for when the Conservatives pulled political stunts?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his advocacy and activism on behalf of his constituents in St. John Rothsay. Regional economic development agencies help Canadians seize new economic opportunities in all regions of the country. But last week, Conservatives actually voted against funding for Western economic diversification, ACOA, and CanNor. Thankfully, Liberals voted to protect the West, the Atlantic, and the North from the Conservatives' attempt to cut their funding. We also announced $511 million.
We're going to have another question from this side, or we're going to have quiet? Let's have some quiet. Order. The member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Afghan Sikh refugees
have been sitting in transit in India for the last 2 years, hoping to come to Canada, escaping persecution and war. The Prime Minister has received letters from the Sikh community leaders asking him to intervene, but so far there has been only silence. Why doesn't the Prime Minister have the decency to at least respond to their letters? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the deep connection between Canada and India and our diaspora, and particularly of the strong links we have with the Sikh community here in Canada, in India, and around the world. We will continue to work closely with members of the Sikh community, whether they be in Afghanistan or elsewhere, to make sure that we are moving forward in a way that respects their rights and gives them opportunities. This is something that we are very focused on, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to work hard on.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-452 was adopted unanimously and received royal assent in June 2015. Consecutive sentences, reversal of the burden of proof, strong, real action against procuring. But the Liberals backed down and tabled Bill C-38, a truncated version of C-452, which has been shelved since 2017, February 2017. It hasn't even been debated. Was the Prime Minister serious about wanting to act? Or is it simply one of his poor performances? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, parts of that bill were unconstitutional, and we will take action to protect young women and girls across the country where they are the most vulnerable. We are fighting procuring. We will counter human trafficking and do so within our Constitution, and we will take action, Mr. Speaker.
As a point of order arising out of question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I was cut off, if you seek it, I hope you'll find unanimous consent for the Prime Minister to answer the following question. Since they're missing, will the Prime Minister put pay equity and enhanced parental leave into the budget bill C-74?
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House. There is no unanimous consent. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think that you will find unanimous consent in this House for the following motion: that, notwithstanding any section of the standing orders or usual practice of this House, Bill C-38, an act to amend the Criminal Code regarding human trafficking and exploitation, be deemed read a second time, sent to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, deemed reviewed by the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights, deemed reported back without amendment, and deemed passed at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House? No? There is no unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Out of question period.
Yes, point of order, Mr. Speaker. As you know, it is unparliamentary to point out the absence or presence of a member in the House of Commons. Earlier today, the Prime Minister was extolling the virtues of the billions of dollars of spending that he complains our party voted against during the lengthy estimates voting process. I simply point out that he did not vote for 15 hours straight. So he actually believed any of it was meritorious. Why didn't he stand in his place and do it?
Sounds more like debate to me. Tabling of documents. I have the honour to lay upon the table the report of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada order on the 2017 by-elections. This report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Charlevoix, is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Official Opposition asked many times that the Prime Minister apologize because his Minister of Finance insulted the women in this House by qualifying them as Neanderthalic. I ask for someone on the other side to be brave enough to apologize on behalf of the Liberals. That seems more like debate to me.
Daily routine. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. And while I am on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg South, that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day.
I didn't get my permit.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. appreciate the courtesy extended to the honourable member for Hamilton Centre. Of course, as long as members are in the House when the question is read, so they hear the question, that's the important thing, in fact. The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Vignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Vignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schulte.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mansqui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Ibert.
Mr. Hubert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Belchas, les Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchas et Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Camels, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Poilus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cusey.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 132, 132.
I declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've checked with the House leaders of the various parties, and I believe you might have unanimous consent just to allow me to table a report from the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Is there unanimous consent for this? Read the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all parties for their unanimous consent to table this report. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 43rd report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 3, Settlement Services for Syrian Refugees, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada of the Fall 2017 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. On the point of order.
Unanimous consent to present a report from the Human Resources Committee on Seniors.
Unanimous consent? No unanimous consent. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
Bill C-71 on firearms.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a minute and a half remaining in questions and comments. Order. Shh. Questions and comments. I'm not sure members are hearing me. I ask members to assist me by saying shh. As I was saying, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader spoke yesterday, I guess, recently on this matter, and there's a minute and a half remaining in questions and comments following his speech. Questions and comments, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to ask the member, my colleague from Manitoba, a question about this legislation. You know, Mr. Speaker, gang and gun violence is a problem in cities like Surrey, like in Toronto, and we even see it in Winnipeg, and yet this legislation fails to even mention the word gangs or organized crime. In fact, it mentions registry and registration 26 times. So can the Member of Parliament from Winnipeg North, my colleague, please tell us how this legislation will do anything to combat the real gun crime that's happening in Canada? That's not with law-abiding Canadians, that's with gangs and organized crime.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I had leave to be able to give a detailed answer, I would love to provide all the details of answering that question. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it's really important that we look at C-71 as yet again another commitment that is being made by this government, and it has been checked off by the passing of this legislation when ultimately it passes. It's all about making Canadians safer, whether it's in urban or rural Canada. This is a good piece of legislation. Interesting enough, the Conservatives, who I hope would rethink their position, Mr. Speaker, are trying to give the impression that they're going to be voting against it because retailers are going to be obligated to register serial numbers and so forth, keeping in mind that they've been doing that in the United States since 1968. In fact, the NRA supports retailers by providing them leather-bound registration kits. Even before we had the long gun registry, it was being done. I don't quite understand the logic.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to rise and to speak on Bill C-71. I do want to note that I will be sharing my time with the member from Medicine Hat, Karsten Warner. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very clear. We will not be, and I will not be supporting Bill C-71, and I'm going to tell you why. 3 basic reasons, although there's a whole list. I could probably give you the top 10, but there probably are even more reasons than that. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals cannot be trusted when it comes to firearms legislation that does anything to get firearms out of the hands of criminals while at the same time protecting and respecting law-abiding Canadians. They cannot be trusted. Now, there's a very good saying, and it's not just a saying, but I think it's something we've all seen true. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Right. So what have we seen come out of the Liberals when it comes to gun legislation? Well, we all know, and you know very well as well, Mr. Speaker, the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry that was introduced by the Liberals, defended, supported, cost $3 billion, penalized and made criminals out of law-abiding Canadians. That was the very first thing that Liberals did when they had a chance to do something to combat crime. So now they're back at it. They told Canadians that they were going to do something on firearms legislation. They said that they were going to introduce a bill. They were having a lot of trouble right now around their disastrous India trip. They're having a lot of trouble because they're breaking promises. The Prime Minister is failing Canadians with his ethical lapses, so they got a brainwave. Let's go after law-abiding gun owners again. That'll work. So you look at this piece of legislation, and as I said to begin with, they can't be trusted. Gun owners know, and Canadians know, that the Liberals are going after them instead of going after the people who are actually committing crimes. Now, I do recall vividly back in 2009, I was a new member of Parliament, and I introduced a private member's bill, Bill C-391, which would end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. And there were a whole lot of Liberal MPs who had told their constituents that they would vote to end the long gun registry. And the first chance they got to fulfill their word, well, they did what Liberals do. They broke their promise, and they broke their promise, which would result in penalizing law-abiding Canadians. So I just want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, of some of the members who broke their word and are here in the House of Commons in this Parliament and they will have to answer to their constituents. For example, the member from Yukon broke his word to protect law-abiding Canadians.
Shameful.
He supports the long gun registry. The next one on the list I won't name, Mr. Speaker. The third one I was going to mention is the Member of Parliament from the Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. He as well had an opportunity to support law-abiding Canadians, but what did he do? He supports the long gun registry. The member from Malpeque, a member who had promised his constituents he would vote to end the long gun registry. What did he do? Supported the long gun registry. The Minister of Public Safety himself, when he was in part of the opposition, had a chance to end the long gun registry. He voted for it and supported it. Now, you might ask me, why are you bringing this up now? Well, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can't be trusted because they want to target law-abiding Canadians because it's easy. It's actually very easy to target people who are already obeying the law. People who get a license, for example, have a license to own a firearm, or store owners who already keep records. What an easy target for these Liberals. So easy to go after people who are already following best practices, already obeying the law, and in the whole guise of, we're going to do something to combat gun crime. So first and foremost, I have to say, I don't trust the Liberals. I don't trust them on ethics. I don't trust them on balancing the budget. I don't trust them on keeping their word. And I don't trust them when it comes to any kind of gun legislation that will do anything to penalize criminals. Because let's remember, the Liberals actually like to protect and reward criminals. It's quite interesting how we've got returning terrorists coming who have been fighting with ISIS. They're getting protected. They're getting told, no, we believe in you. We think that you can be rehabilitated. So, you know what? There's no legislation coming for you ISIS terrorists returning to Canada. No, you're going to get a nice little group hug, and we'll probably give you more money. But gun owners, stores who are selling firearms, Canadian Tire, we're coming after you. People who have actually fought against our allies like Omar Khadr, he gets a big payout. Boy, the Liberals have no problem just laying down and giving everything that Omar wanted, he got. Gun owners, nope, we're not standing up for you. It's a whole lot of talk, and the only group of people that actually get protection with this Liberal government are criminals. So, no, I don't trust them. Now, I want to talk about the actual substance of C-71, which is the same old, where there's actually nothing here that will protect and do anything to fight crime. Let's talk about this part of the legislation that's going to ask store owners to keep records. They already are keeping records. So, Mr. Speaker, this really begs the question. This is like a problem, a solution in search of a problem. There are not crimes being committed by people who are legally purchasing firearms. I'm going to tell you actually the statistics on that. An analysis of Special Request to Stats Canada found that between 1997 and 2012, just 7% of the accused in firearms homicide had a valid firearms license, or 2% of all accused murderers. If you have a license in this country to own a firearm, you are 50% less likely to ever commit a crime with a firearm. So it's not like we have some big outbreak of people are going and buying a firearm at Canadian Tire and then using that firearm in the commission of a crime, and then Canadian Tire is saying to the police, no, we're not going to give you that information. That's not happening, Mr. Speaker. That is not a problem that needs to be fixed. Now, I will tell you what is happening. And I'm going to quote John Toyer, the mayor, I'm going to reference him, the mayor of the City of Toronto. He noted that only 2% of gun homicide victims in Toronto had no connection to either gangs or drugs. 98% of the crime that's going on has to do with gangs and drugs. So, Mr. Speaker, that is where the problem is, and that's what needs to be addressed. And, of course, as I mentioned in my question earlier on, this bill does not even mention the word gangs or organized crime. Now, it does mention a word the Liberals love, registry and reference number. That's their new one, 26 times. So let's be clear. As per the normal Liberal way of doing things, this is getting ready to create another backdoor registry, which will then very easily turn into the regular, wasteful and ineffective type of registry that the Liberals like to promote. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, there are so many things, and I know some of my colleagues mentioned some of the areas where gangs are getting guns. Let's talk about this really seriously. We need to get tough on gangs and on violent crime. Now, when we were in government, there were a lot of things that we did. We had the Tackling Violent Crime Act. It provided mandatory prison sentences for serious firearms offences, stricter bail provisions for those accused of serious offences involving firearms. Again, tackling the problem, not going after law-abiding gun owners and store owners. We passed the Act to amend the Criminal Code regarding organized crime and the protection of justice system participants, which provides police officers and officials with important tools to help them fight organized crime. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are the party of law and order. We believe that criminals and people who use guns in the commission of crimes should know that the penalty will be swift and it will be just. Mr. Speaker, we do not believe in attacking law-abiding Canadians who are using firearms for legitimate purposes, nor the store owners who are legally and in a principled way selling those firearms. You know, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberals have done, and I'm going to wrap up with this, they have tried to, because of all of their failures and the problems they've encountered over the last number of months, they're trying to import a problem that's occurring in the U.S. The U.S. gun control situation is completely different than Canadians' gun legislation, but they're trying to bring that here and somehow say that they're fixing a problem that's actually existing in the U.S. It's, again, window dressing, it's disingenuous, it's typical Liberal, I'm saying one thing and doing something completely differently. It's bad legislation, and it should be revoked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her statement. Before I begin, I do want to tell the House of a family of a mom and two teens, the Pechtanovsky family of Ajax, who were murdered on Wednesday, March 14th in Ajax in a situation of domestic violence. And last November, I want to remind all members that last November, the Minister of Public Safety introduced $327 million to combat guns and gangs. He held a summit in March prioritizing the violence of guns and gangs. So I'm wondering what the member opposite will tell constituents in Ajax, or maybe constituents of our own, what is so wrong with enhanced background checks for anyone who wants to purchase? What is wrong with confirming that the license is valid? And what is wrong with having vendors confirm and keep records, keeping in mind that this is not a registry, and keeping in mind that one death from gun violence is one death too many?
The Honourable Member for Portage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I've been, as you know, I've been working on this file for many years, and I'm a big supporter of background checks, and I think that anybody who threatens their spouse or has been involved in domestic violence absolutely should not be owning a firearm. Mr. Speaker, but the fact is the Long Gun Registry did nothing to combat gun violence or domestic violence. In fact, the majority of women who were murdered with knives, not with firearms. So let's talk about domestic violence in an authentic way. Let's deal with it, which has to do with family issues, Mr. Speaker. It has to do with a lot of things that don't have to do with the actual thing, the weapon that is used in domestic violence. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, I had a very good friend back in early 2009 who was murdered by a gangster. She was pregnant, she was almost ready to deliver her baby, and she was murdered by a gangster with a gun. So this is very real to me. And I'm going to tell you, nothing in this legislation, nothing in the Long Gun Registry, nothing that the Liberals have introduced has addressed that. Because again, they want to coddle the criminal instead of dealing with it. And sometimes it's tough to deal with. It's tough to deal with a returning terrorist. But you have to address the problem and not send a red herring somewhere else to distract. And this will do nothing to combat domestic violence. That's just a fact.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for a great speech and for the work that she's done on this issue. Certainly her and Gary Breitkreitz over the years and others' names come to mind. But I came into politics to get rid of Bill C-68 and the long gun registry. And certainly the day that I did it, or that we did it as a government, my constituents were thrilled. We were frustrated with the cost of it. We were frustrated that it didn't attack or concentrate on crime. It concentrated on legally owned firearms by farmers. One of my concerns, and there's reasonable people in all parties, and I would put out my plea to them, that in my rural riding we have gun shows going on weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, throughout the riding. These gun shows are collectors who are there at a booth and then sell their firearms. People come from all across Canada to these gun shows, Concert, Hannah, Camrose, other places, Castor, many other places in my riding. The frustration that they're seeing with this is in regards to the registration number. Every firearm that is sold, you have to look at their license to purchase that firearm, but the idea that they're going to have to get a hold of Miramichi or get a hold of a gun group somewhere to verify that license on a Saturday and Sunday, they know that it will shut down these gun shows. And if my colleague would respond to that, I would like to hear her answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Portage Lister, and 40 seconds or less,
Thank
please.
you. In my riding, we have numerous gun shows, too, that are put on by incredibly responsible and respected people, and the firearms that are looked at and purchased are not firearms that are being used in a crime. And I would suggest that licenses are already being checked because in rural Canada, people are responsible. They would never want to sell a firearm to somebody who wouldn't legally be able to own that firearm. It's the bureaucracy. We're going back to bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. We're going back to seeing law-abiding Canadians being bogged down in bureaucracy. And again, the problem is there's nothing is happening that will combat real gun crime in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to share the time with my esteemed colleague from Portage Lisgar. And I rise to share the disappointment of tens of thousands of Canadians who are once again under attack by this government for being law-abiding citizens. Bill C-71, the Liberals' new gun legislation, is a regulatory bill, not a public safety bill. The Liberal government is again ignoring anything to address crime and gun violence. What is apparent is that it was drafted without any thought into what this would do to law-abiding gun-owning Canadians like farmers, hunters, gun collectors, and sports shooters. There is nothing in this legislation that addresses any of the problems facing Canadian families, police, rural communities, First Nations, inner cities, border agents, gun violence, gangs, or rural crime. Legislation should be about the values and merits of what Canadians need to improve their quality of life, protect their communities, empower people to prosper, not the Liberal Party. We have heard what Canadians need for safer communities. In ridings like mine with vast rural areas, police can sometimes be hours away. Rural Canadians often feel that they are left to fend for themselves. With crime rates increasing in rural parts of Canada by 41%, Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, this bill is doing nothing to address the needs of rural Canada. However, it has the potential to turn these rural Canadians into criminals if they own a gun. Many Canadians have a gun because they need it. They need it to deal with aggressive predators. They need it for their work, like farmers who may have to put an animal down or control rodents. And sadly today, many Canadians feel they need these firearms to defend their homes, families, and property from violent attacks and criminal activities. No one wins when rural Canada needs to defend themselves from violent criminals. No one should be afraid in their homes, on their farms, or in their communities. But this is the reality for far too many Canadians in rural communities in Alberta and across this great nation. And the fact that this reality is ignored in this regulatory bill is a slap in the face for hard-working gun-owning Canadians. This bill fails rural Canada on public safety. As recent as a few weeks ago, we heard at the Minister's own Guns and Gang Conference about the challenges facing communities and police with rising violent crime rates, and in particular, organized crime, guns and gangs. As a former police officer, I understand that police are doing what they can with the resources available to them, and with the many restrictions that law enforcement have been placed upon them. Criminals don't follow these rules, Mr. Speaker. We heard from police at the summit about the increasing number of gangs that were involved in gun violence. These gangs are typically drug dealers or drug-related, and the shootings related to protecting territory. These drug dealers and gang members have acquired guns through the black market, smuggling, and theft. These people do not register their guns. They do not show a license to buy it. They do not go through a background check, and they do not submit to police scrutiny. Only law-abiding gun owners follow these processes. Adding more processes and background checks does not improve the fight of our communities against gun violence and gangs. Nothing in this bill deals with gangs and their acquisition of illegal weapons. There's no mention of gangs, organized crime, or smuggling in this bill. This legislation does nothing to help rural residents in my communities. It does nothing for families dealing with gangs in Surrey. It does nothing to help police in Montreal or the GTA. It does nothing to combat illegal weapons coming through the black market, smuggled across our borders and into our cities. It does provide the Liberals with an ability to say that they tabled a piece of legislation, even if it really doesn't deal with the problem that we face. Here's what I'm hearing from Canadians in response to this legislation. How will Canadians be better off with this bill? The government has not provided any evidence that Canadians will be any safer. Why are Canadians who are law-abiding taxpayers being made to look like criminals while criminals are not being dealt with? What the minister should be concerned about is real public safety issues here in Canada, keeping guns away from gangs and violent criminals. Bill C-71 does not address these issues. It does not make communities safer. It does not protect and save lives. To paraphrase the Prime Minister, it is purely a political game. For example, the Liberals are removing the limit on background checks from 5 years to indefinite to meet their promise to enhance background checks. Now, that seems logical and a good idea. But what would aid Canadians in Parliament is having evidence that this would actually improve public safety. Currently, possession and acquisition licenses for firearms must be renewed every 5 years, and the government checks the registry automatically against criminal charges laid in Canada against anybody who has a license daily. So are Canadians who are, in retrospect, should not be receiving gun licenses? How will these changes improve public safety? Will longer background checks result in more people being denied guns for good reasons? A better question might be, if we lift that 5-year background check, what reasonable limits will be placed on it? For mental health screening, for example, what mental health issues will make someone ineligible? And what about recovery? Does a minor anxiety issue make one less or more likely to be blocked from hunting? If a veteran has returned from combat and has gone through a mental health issue or battled back from an illness like depression, what would the response be from the Chief Firearms Officer? Will hunters who have gun licenses and respect every aspect of our gun laws have their license removed because of an incident that occurred 25 years ago? And it's not just the new licensing provisions we are hearing about from Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's the real fear that the Liberals are only looking to bring back a gun registry for unrestricted guns like hunting rifles. This is their fear. In fact, government members have been pushing one line over and over and over again. That is, this is not a gun registry. Well, that line is as believable as the Aga Khan is a close family friend. It's as believable as these taxes will only affect the rich, or it was India's fault. When the Liberals keep telling this House and the public that something isn't true, we all have reason to be cautious and scrutinize them carefully. First, this bill makes specific reference to the registrar. And I think most Canadians would agree that the point of a registrar is to keep a registry. The registrar will have a list of names of license holders and require all gun sales to consult that list in advance of the sale. That registrar will require all businesses to keep a list of sales and make those available. And the registrar will take the records of a gun shop that is going out of business and keep those records. The Liberal government is now changing the rules to transport guns again as well. Taking your unloaded and trigger-locked gun for repairs, you will now need permission from the Chief Firearms Officer to do so. And then there are the new costs. They haven't even been addressed, Mr. Speaker. It would be no surprise for anyone in Canada if the cost of gun licenses will be increased as a result of the added red tape. So what should we be doing? There is a better way than ignoring the problem. We can't address Canada's concerns for safer communities without addressing the cause of these problems. From my perspective, and from those I've spoken with, there are a number of things that this government can do would have far greater impact on reducing gun and gang violence in our communities. Let's actually provide the police the promised funding and a plan for the $327 million to tackle gangs and gun violence. Get that money into the hands of the specialized police units across this country to deal with guns, gangs, and drug traffickers. The RCMP have raised the issue of straw purchasers. Those are people who acquire guns with licenses and then sell them on the black market. Instead of punishing gun owners, law-abiding gun owners who follow the rules, let's empower the police and put in legislation to go after these criminals. You can't license the problem away. Let's help our border agents. CBSA has had a battle and is in a battle of dealing with increased black market activities and tens of thousands of illegal border crossers with no extra resources. Agents I have spoken to personally are exhausted. Enforce our border rules and remove illegal border crossers and give CBSA agents the tools to find illegal weapons being smuggled into this country. Cut off criminals from their supply of illegal weapons. Let's focus on intervention programs that stop at-risk youth from entering gangs in the first place. Conservatives launched these programs in 2006, and I would urge my government colleagues across the way to focus efforts on reducing the flow to new gangs and into gangs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let's stop supporting terrorism, let's stop supporting terrorists, let's stop supporting criminals, and start taking the side of law-abiding Canadians. Law-abiding gun owners should be trusted above criminals. This bill hurts law-abiding, honest, hard-working gun-owning Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all members in this House will shift the focus on protecting Canadians by targeting criminals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons un appel au règlement du...
Point of order from the Minister of International Development and Francophonie. Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling the government responses to a certain number of questions. Thank you. Questions or comments?
It's the honourable member for, for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. For whatever reason, he didn't mention the significant funding increases that the RCMP and CBSA have received under this government after years of cuts by the previous government. But I won't ask him about that. I want to ask him about Ben Harvey. Ben Harvey is an owner of a gun shop in Belleville, High Falls Outfitters. He says there are a lot of moving parts in the proposed bill, but there's not been a real big change on the actual aspect of logging customers' information and keeping records on what they've purchased. We already do it with ammunition. Now they're just asking us to do it with guns. By doing it with guns, we're going to give the police and the community the tool to begin to track where guns are purchased, how they're being trafficked, and how they're being used, and that's not a bad thing. Ben Harvey's a gun store owner. He knows this is a public safety bill. Why doesn't the honourable member?
Well, member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think the reality that people have to face is, up until now, good business practice was you track your inventory, you track who you sold it to, you track what you sold. That was not a requirement by law. This legislation makes it a criminal offense if a gun owner and a gun shop owner does not do that, which means even an error made by these gun shop owners could result in a criminal offense being had. And you know what? This is a gun registry. I mean, I can have my own opinions. I've got thousands of pieces of correspondence in the last week of concerned citizens who, without exception, are fearful that this is nothing but a backdoor attempt at another gun registry, and we know how that one ended, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Pleased to ask a question to my honourable colleague, because this guy knows everything about that, because the honourable colleague was a RCMP officer with a great career, so he faced and he had to address all his life, all his professional life, to deal with the issue of the day, to deal with the issue of this bill. So based on that, Mr. Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague is this one. What he sees in this government that can be in this bill that can be changed to really address the threat and the problems that we have to face with the gun registry and especially with the terrorists and also the group of gang people who are use weapon to attack people.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the great question. We had, as a government, there was a great opportunity here to deal with a growing trend in this country, and that is the increased gun violence, the increased homicide rate by gangs, and it is causing fear in our communities. This bill fails terribly to address that issue. It does not provide any additional legislation on dealing with smuggling, to keep weapons out of the hands of criminals. It deals with nothing to do with improving CBSA access to tracking the smuggling of weapons. It does nothing to do with enhancing the criminal code to deal with those who commit criminal offenses with a firearm. It's woefully lacking. And so if we want to call this I'm embarrassed to call it a public safety bill because it really isn't. It's more of a, as I said at the beginning of my speech, sir, it was a regulatory bill. And it doesn't address the issue of crime. It doesn't address the issue of organized crime. It doesn't address the issue of keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, because criminals don't follow the rules. They haven't, and they never will. And so we need to provide a way where those criminals cannot have access to the firearms and the ease with which they do now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very short question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beaches, East York, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I see this as a set of modest improvements, and the member noted in particular the question of background checks, and he said, this sounds like a good idea in principle, but I have a lot of questions about this. Now, we're at second reading, and committee is the perfect time to ask questions of experts on something that sounds like a good idea in principle. So based on the comments I heard on background checks and the ideas that the member wants to put forward, surely this is something that should be sent to committee and that the member will support. Do I take that to be right?
The member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, in 40 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm thankful that the bill is coming to committee, our committee, the Public Safety and National Security Committee. And there will be a lot of issues that we want to drill down in on that, absolutely including the whole issue of background checks. Whether we'll get a real understanding, we don't know, but I'm hopeful that we'll have a better idea of what these background checks are going to mean and what they'll actually entail and how they'll impact law-abiding Canadians. Thank you.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, Taxation. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Indigenous Affairs. L'Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, the Canada Revenue Agency.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with my colleague, the member from Scarborough Rouge Park. I'm pleased to rise today and continue my participation in the legislative process to amend firearms regulation. I stand today as a representative of a largely rural New Brunswick riding called Fundy Royal, a riding where firearms are associated with hunting and sport, a riding where the vast majority of firearm owners are law-abiding, dedicated to the community, and very aware that there is in fact growing gun crime in Canada, especially in big cities. It's for this reason that when our party's 2015 election platform was introduced, which did include a section on gun control, I began consulting with those who were interested in the topic to ensure that I had considered it from many different perspectives, and also to counter the Conservative Party's narrative that the long gun registry would be reinstated. To clarify, C-71 does not implement a gun registry, regardless of how many times it's said by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, when I was elected, I made a conscious decision to carry out my duties as a Member of Parliament with the goal of listening and being persuasive, rather than playing into partisan games to the detriment of my constituents. An example of my approach is my analysis and vote against Bill C-246 to modernize the Animal Protections Act, because of the detrimental impact that this would have had on our rural area. I'm glad to have been consulted by the Minister of Public Safety in advance of the tabling of Bill C-71, which allowed me to seek meaningful feedback from stakeholders in my riding, those who I actually now consider my Firearms Advisory Council. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ron Whitehead and the representatives from many of the sportsmen and fish and games clubs in Fundy Royal for lending me their time and providing candid feedback, which I was pleased to see had an impact in the drafting of this legislation. It is in my priority to identify the realities of firearms ownership in rural Canada, to bring that perspective to be considered alongside of urban concerns, which are legitimate and do need to be addressed. In my writing, Mr. Speaker, a firearm is seen as a tool. For generations, law-abiding Canadian gun owners have safely used their firearms for hunting and sport shooting, as well as predator and pest control. Canadian farmers, hunters, and sport shooters are among the most safety-conscious gun owners in the world. This is in stark contrast to other cultures where firearms are used as weapons. A weapon being something that is used with the intent to injure, defeat, or destroy. Our challenge, Mr. Speaker, is to address the crimes that are being carried out by weapons while respecting law-abiding firearm owners. It's a fine needle to thread, but through consultation, I believe the Minister has found balance. I'm very pleased that the conversations that I've had with my advisory council are reflected in the legislation that was tabled, and I'd like to take a few minutes to reflect on what I did hear from this group. To begin with, there were several actions that we had already taken as a government that were well received by the Council. For instance, the recognition that C-71 is part of a larger strategy to ensure that firearms do not find their way into unlawful hands. A strategy that has seen an investment of $100 million each year to the provinces and territories to support guns and gang police task force to take illegal guns off of our streets and reduce gang violence. A strategy that has modified the membership of the Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee to include knowledgeable law enforcement officers, public health advocates, representatives from women's groups, and members of the legal community to work alongside of sport shooters and hunters. A strategy that has made investments in border infrastructure and technologies to enhance our border guards' ability to detect and halt illegal guns from the United States entering into Canada. The Fundy Royal Firearms Advisory Council also brought forward the concept of taking a closer look at mental health to combat gun violence. They implored the government to make sure that there were enough resources available to do thorough background checks and to find a way to identify red flags. C-71 proposes to strengthen background checks. Authorities determining eligibility would need to consider certain police-reported information, including criminal and drug offenses, a history of violent behavior, and mental illness spanning a person's life, rather than just the last 5 years. The licensees will continue to undergo eligibility screening as they do today. Through the course of my discussions with constituents, the following items each resulted in recommendations that I would like to bring to the attention of the Minister and to our committee as we enter that part of this process. Currently, most gun retailers across Canada are keeping track of who buys guns and ammunition. C-71 proposes to make that a best practice standard across Canada. My constituents voiced concerns about the accessibility of the information gathered, and I'm pleased to see that the bill requires law enforcement to have judicial authorization to attain this information in the course of an investigation. Up until this point, legislation required that only those licensed could purchase firearms and ammunition. However, there was no verification required. Bill C-71 proposes that the seller verify the validity of the license to make sure that the license isn't under review or has not lapsed. I've heard from those in my constituency who are seeking clarifications on how they would complete that verification, and something that many constituents assumed was already current practice. Canada currently issues an authorization to transport for the transportation of restricted and prohibited firearms. There will be no change for those who transport from home to an approved range in the owner's home province. However, to better track the movement of restricted firearms to gun shows, gunsmiths, across the border, or other uncustomary locations, a separate authorization to transport will be required. I would ask the Minister to consider a few points on that measure as well. First, that consideration be made for transportation to a gunsmith, and that be included in the ATT. A firearm that is damaged or not functioning properly could be a safety hazard, and adding an additional step to transport the firearm for repair may not be in the best interest of public safety. Secondly, I'd like to recommend on behalf of my constituents that ample resources are committed to the Canadian Firearms Program so that the processing of ATTs and verifications of licenses can be done in a timely and efficient manner so as not to impede the normal activities of firearm owners. Mr. Speaker, I think it's agreed in Canada that we all want to make our communities safer. from the illegal possession and use of firearms. Doing so doesn't mean that we need to make radical changes or place unreasonable measures on responsible firearm owners, but it does begin to recognize that we have an issue. It may not be in Fundy Royal, but it is happening in areas across Canada, and we must allow some flexibility to address the fact that there was a 23% increase in firearm-related homicides in 2016 compared to 2015. That is the highest rate since 2005. In 2016, shootings were the most common method of committing murder in this country, exceeding stabbings for the first time since 2012. Mr. Speaker, my family and I are blessed to have been born in Atlantic Canada, and I grew up in a time where the term lockdown didn't exist. Kids today can't say that. They practice them all the time. We really need to acknowledge that even in Atlantic Canada, 56% of violent gun crimes occur outside of cities. I appreciate the approach taken by Robert Snyder, the president of the Moncton Fish and Game Association, reviewing this legislation. He recently said in the Kings County Record, "We have looked thoroughly at the recently introduced legislation, and while we neither endorse the legislation nor vehemently oppose it, we have taken a more pragmatic, neutral position of we can live with it for now. The legislation will have minimal or no impact on our members who hunt." Mr. Speaker, as I said before, from the beginning of my term, I have worked to engage and listen to my constituents, concerned firearm owners and stakeholders from across New Brunswick, and I can personally say that I've learned a great many things through those discussions. I was proud that the president of the Moncton Fish and Game Association chose to publicly compliment my approach, but I'd like to thank everybody that took the time to speak up. At the end of this stage of debate, the legislation will proceed to the Public Safety Committee, where MPs from both sides of the House will have an opportunity to hear from witnesses, stakeholders, and concerned Canadians. I very much believe that better policy will be achieved because of MPs speaking to their constituents, and I look forward to the ongoing discussions on the path forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague across the floor talking about this bill. And one of the things that is a little bit concerning is if a gunsmith is not the likely place to take a firearm, I don't know who would be. And you take a gun to a gunsmith for a variety of reasons. One may be for safety reasons, but this whole thing has gotten twisted around and saying, well, you don't take a gun to a gunsmith. Where would you take a gun if you needed to have it repaired?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. And actually, as I mentioned in my speech, I do believe that a gunsmith is a reasonable place to transport a firearm, whether it be for repair or for other reason. So I would ask the Minister and the committee to take a look at that issue a little bit more in depth and consider including that in the ATT. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention today to talk about this important bill that I too see as the right step in the right direction of both securing the opportunities for responsible gun owners to continue to participate in their sport that they use them for, but at the same time looking to strengthen the laws that we have as they relate to guns and people getting access to guns. And one of the things that she brought up that I would reference back to was the fact that currently, Mr. Speaker, there's only a 5-year period that the CFO, the Chief Firearms Officer, has to look back in someone's past before making a decision. And this legislation goes to strengthen that by looking back at somebody's entire life. And I'm wondering if she can comment on why she thinks that is important and that's a step in the right direction, given the fact that it is so important that we have a more holistic look at somebody's experiences throughout their life before giving them the responsibility or the privilege of having a gun.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his thoughtful question. Mr. Speaker, as we look at this situation and look at the ways that we can try to limit gun violence, we do need to take that holistic approach. And as we learn more about things that happen in people's past, the ways that we react to those, the time frames for things like PTSD to set in and that sort of thing. I think it's really important that we look at the whole picture. And like I said, the board or council of people that I've been meeting with to discuss firearms brought this up as something that they believed would actually strengthen our firearms regulations. They were very much looking for common sense ways to strengthen our firearms regulations, and this is one of the things that they thought would be important. So I'm pleased to see it in the legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats welcome the tabling of this legislation and the fact that we've got a few more hours to talk about it in the House. It's important. We want to make sure we understand it. So we are both protecting people and also representing a rural area, respecting concerns of our constituents. So we're willing to support this bill to send it to committee to make sure that it's got some common sense elements in it. One of the ones that it looks like is a improvement is the removal of the 5-year limit on background checks, so that now anybody in their lifetime that had a history of mental health problems or especially a record of domestic violence, that personal record check would be able to go back for the whole person's life. If the member can talk more about that element and what she's hearing in her riding about whether that's hitting the right balance on Bill C-71.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I believe this is a similar question to one of the earlier ones, and I will reiterate that, as we take a look at the ways that we can decrease gun violence, one of the things that we know is that it actually isn't the tool itself sometimes, it's the issue. It's actually the condition of the person that is using it. So to expand and take a more holistic look at those that are applying to have a license for a restricted firearm, I think it makes sense to take a look further back than just the past 5 years. And in fact, as I said, as we learn more about mental health, about PTSD, this is something that we need to start considering deeper, I guess, as we move forward. So I look forward to the committee's work on this, and I'm pleased to see it move forward to that stage, hopefully. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would first like to acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. And let me start by thanking the Minister of Public Safety and his Parliamentary Secretary, Member for Ajax, for their diligent and hard work in bringing forward Bill C-71. This commitment was made during our election in 2015, and I'm proud to be part of a government that is following through on much-needed changes to our gun laws. There are two ways of addressing the issue of gun violence, Mr. Speaker, and for that matter, violence as a whole. And the first is to address the root causes of violence. The roots of violence can be linked to many socioeconomic conditions, and despite one of the most prosperous countries in the world, living in one of the most prosperous countries in the world, we know that there's a lot of disparity between those who have and those who have not, and the outcomes in life. Be it education, healthcare, access to mental health support, we know that when young people find themselves in a conflict, they sometimes don't have the support to resolve issues in a peaceful way. Sometimes it's the local setting in individual communities that prevent them from moving forward. We know that our justice system itself has many issues. Most importantly, it has outcomes sometimes based on one's race. For example, young black men are more likely to end up in the justice system than their non-black counterparts. This is a result of racial profiling and anti-black racism that exists in all spectrums of the justice system. We as a government have to address these inequities, and to a large extent we're doing this now. We're investing in much-needed infrastructure. Our Canada Child Benefit has uplifted over 300,000 young people from poverty, and we're working hard to narrow social inequities. But it's not enough. We have to address the real issue of guns in our communities. Therefore, the second issue that I want to address is the issue of guns itself. The issue of gun violence is startling, Mr. Speaker, and numbers really do speak for themselves. Over the past 3 years, Canada has seen a huge surge in gun violence. In 2016, there were 223 firearms-related murders in Canada, 44 more than the previous year, and this represents a 23% increase in just 1 year. There were 2,465 criminal firearms in 2016, an increase of 30% since 2016. And looking at the issue with a gendered lens, and from 2013 to 2016, the level of domestic violence against women where a gun was present increased dramatically from 447 to 576. The issue of gun violence is very personal to me, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 20 years, I've been to way too many funerals of young people, mostly of young racialized men who've died as a result of gun violence. My work against gun violence started in 1999 with an organization called CANTIDE, Canadian Tamil Youth Development Center. CANTIDE started off 20 years ago this past February with 17 young men and women who got together to respond to many senseless deaths in our community. It was sparked by a murder of a young man called Kabilan Balichandran, who was a University of Waterloo student. He was murdered by a coward who picked up a gun and killed him. CANTIDE's work has been powerful and led to an entire generation of young people moving away from violence to be productive citizens of this country. I had the privilege of being the coordinator of this organization from 2000 to 2002, and Mr. Speaker, I cannot recount how many funerals I attended and how many young men I saw being buried. I would sometimes just sleep with my phone on a Friday night or a Saturday night waiting for a call, and oftentimes it'll be from either Michelle Shepard from the Toronto Star or Dwight Drummond from City TV asking what's going on. These calls were punctuated with calls from young people who were either afraid or just damn angry that yet another one of their friends were killed. There were many times when youth outreach workers and I would be at the Sunnybrook Hospital and we would see the headline in the Toronto Sun or the Star. That's when we found out that the person who was hospitalized as a result of a gunshot had actually died. Working closely with many family members, siblings, schoolmates, and parents moved me a great deal, Mr. Speaker. I witnessed families change overnight. Mothers who would wait in front of their window for their son to return home one day, knowing full well they'd buried their son, but hoping that it was a dream. Parents who never really got over the loss of their child. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank all the volunteer staff, board members, and the great many young people who have worked with and for CANTIDE over the past 20 years. I want to thank the families who entrusted CANTIDE with their children. It is because of the work of organizations like CANTIDE that many young people have gone on the right path, including those who once picked up a gun. I wish CANTIDE many more years of success of directing our young people. Permit me to also thank the great youth workers, youth outreach workers, and youth-serving organizations in Scarborough, many of whom I've had the pleasure of meeting and working with over the years. Gun violence in the Greater Toronto Area continues to affect us all. My riding of Scarborough Rouge Park has seen its fair share of gun violence in recent years, and shall I say, unfair share of gun violence. On July 16, 2012, the community at Dancing Road and Scarborough Rouge Park got together for a celebration. Dancing is a vibrant community with a great deal of young people. On the early evening of that day, some young people came in a car and shot randomly at the crowd. Two people, 14-year-old Cheyenne Charles and 23-year-old Joshua Yasse, died that day. 23 people suffered injuries, making this the single largest mass shooting in the history of Toronto. Sadly, this was not isolated. Just last year, during a weekend in July, 3 young men under the age of 35 were killed in Scarborough Rouge Park by gun violence. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the spate of gun violence is expected to continue. We've seen recent accounts of young people in the United States led by the young people of Parkland, Florida. It is not a right to own a gun in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It is not a constitutional right to carry arms. I've sadly been to way too many funerals of young people, Mr. Speaker, who died as a result of gun violence, and I cannot count the tears of the family members. In the past year, I've met many members of an organization called Zero Gun Violence Movement. Zero Gun Violence have been working since 2013 to bring awareness, advocacy, and awareness, and to reduce gun violence in the city of Toronto and around the country. One of the disturbing trends that the founder, Louise March, consistently mentions each time we meet is that young people have clear access to guns. They know where to get them when they need them. Zero gun violence movement in recent years has gathered the mothers of those who've lost their children to gun violence. I was inspired by the mothers who came to Ottawa recently, where they spoke of their loss and hardship, the anguish of burying sons, some of them fathers themselves. The entire family is crushed and is deeply affected by the personal loss of their child. The families are at a loss as to why governments have not moved forward in limiting access to guns. They've told me that in some places, guns are easier to find than jobs. This is why we have to take ownership of this issue, Mr. Speaker, find the right legislative tools to get guns off our streets. Bill C-71 strike the balance by respecting legitimate, law-abiding gun owners and ensuring that minimum safeguards are extended to the public against drastic growth of illegal guns. Let me just summarize the 5 key elements of this legislation. 1, the legislation will introduce enhanced background checks. 2, Bill C-71 will ensure that all individuals or businesses selling firearms verify the buyer is legally able to buy a firearm before completing the transaction. 3, it has record keeping and tracing of firearms used in crimes. It will introduce restrictions for transportation of prohibited firearms. And finally, it will remove the ability of Cabinet to arbitrarily reclassify weapons. Mr. Speaker, today we have the opportunity to take the path to limiting illegal guns and take them off our streets while ensuring that these laws do not affect law-abiding citizens. We cannot continue on the path of the U.S. where we see gun violence hold an entire nation hostage while the gun lobby refuses to regulate even the most dangerous of weapons. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament of a riding where I have witnessed the deaths and destruction of young people and their families, I want to ask my colleagues of all parties to support this sensible legislation. I recognize that this alone will not solve the issue of gun violence, but I'm confident that it goes far in striking guns off the street. We must, however, continue to work to ensure that young people have the necessary support to resolve conflicts, seize opportunities, and move away from violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to our honourable colleague for with his speech, and I just have a simple comment. There's been a lot of debate going back and forth on C-71, and of course the government has shut down debate and enforced time allocation on this. But the reckless misinformation being spread by our Prime Minister, and if you will, Mr. Speaker, allow me to read into a tweet as our Prime Minister said on March 20th, "We are also introducing stronger and more rigorous background checks on gun sales, and if you want to buy a gun by law, you'll have to show a license at the point of purchase. Right now, that's not a requirement." That is a misleading statement. It is false, and of course he sent that out there. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague what his opinion on that, our Prime Minister spreading misinformation such as that and targeting law-abiding gun owners.
Well, member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you about the number of mothers that I've met in the last few years who come to me and said their son is dead because of gun violence. It's very irresponsible for parliamentarians to stand here and really play politics with a very important issue that fundamentally affects my riding, people in my riding, young people in major cities, and it's very unfortunate that this issue is being politicized, Mr. Speaker. I think what's important today is that we stand as a government today to introduce very responsible legislation.
Order. I'm trying to hear what the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park is saying, but there's shouting going back and forth. And I do want to remind the honourable members that some words are unparliamentary, liar being one of them. So I just want to remind them before they get in trouble and say something that could get them expelled from this honourable chamber. The honourable member, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do think it's also important that we as parliamentarians set examples for young people. When we talk to young people who pick up guns, there's a reason they're unable to resolve conflict. And I think parliamentarians need to be actually quite responsible in the way they address very important issues such as gun control.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to express my thanks to the member for Scarborough-Rouge Park for his remarks. And what it illustrates to me is the importance of hearing the voices of members of Parliament on the impact of issues in their riding. I'm very moved by the things he had to say about his involvement in trying to prevent gun violence. But I have to say I'm very disappointed the government has used time allocation. As someone who taught criminal justice for 20 years and worked a long time with police in my riding, a former police board member, I would also like to be able to enter the debate on this bill. And so I'm expressing my disappointment here that all voices aren't going to get to be heard because the government has time limited this debate. But my specific question has to do with the issues around transportation of firearms. And when I met with police in my riding, they were concerned that the automatic transfer permits not be a very large list because it would encourage people to have firearms in their vehicles on more occasions, and therefore those who break into vehicles and steal firearms would be given a lot more opportunities to get guns on the street. So it wasn't about worrying about the legitimate firearms owners. The police their worry was about too many weapons in vehicles, which could then be seized by others who would use them for negative purposes.
Well, member for Scarborough-Rouge Park.
I appreciate the member's comments, and Mr. Speaker, I'll be very frank. I'm not an expert in firearms, and therefore I'll take that back to the minister and advise him to get back to you. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, for Kingston in the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start by saying, one of the reasons why I wasn't part of the decision, but I believe moving time allocation was necessary was because there were antics being put forth by the opposition repeatedly to shut down debate on this. This is the only way that we've been able to force an actual debate to happen. And I find it very discouraging, Mr. Speaker, that, the member from Scarborough-Rouge Park told a real story about why this is such an important matter to him. And the Conservatives use it as an opportunity to criticize the Prime Minister in a comment that the Prime Minister made. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we've seen that is coming forward from this legislation is, the divide between whether or not this will really work, whether or not improving the gun legislation like this will work, or whether we should be fighting the actual criminals and enhancing the criminal legislation like the Conservatives repeatedly are putting forward. So my question to the member, given his experience, is would he agree that this is solid legislation that will have an impact, and are we moving in the right direction, or should we be doing what the Conservatives have been putting forward, which is to make to make the other laws as it relates to the criminal activity more stronger?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Rouge Park, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Kingston for his intervention. And of course, this is part, in my opinion, this is part of a broader set of issues that are required to support young people. One, of course, this particular legislation gets guns off the street. But secondly, it needs to be coupled, and I believe we're already in the right direction with the Canada Child Benefit and other infrastructure support that will allow young people to be able to focus on their life as opposed to getting involved in violence. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I have any extra time, I want to share it with the member from Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Member opposite from Scarborough just spoke to us, and he talked about the number of mothers in his riding who have been fundamentally affected by gun violence, and other Canadians that have. He must be, I would have liked to have asked this question, but he must be bitterly disappointed in this bill that's come forward then, because it does never mention the word gangs, it never mentions the words criminal organization, it never comes up in the bill, and he's talking to us about how he wants to see those kinds of things impacted. He's not the only one on the Liberal side, I'm sure, that's disappointed with this bill because the Liberal Rural Caucus has failed to protect their constituents one more time. And here we are again, Mr. Speaker, back talking about a government, about a Liberal-imposed gun registry again. Their commitment was to deal with guns and with gangs and violence and with illegal gun activity, and this bill does none of that, Mr. Speaker. Now, there's some familiar patterns that are taking place here. We've seen the Liberals over the last while play it easy. They want to take the easy way out. They take an initiative, and then when the pressure's on, they drop it. We've seen that with electoral reform. We saw it with tax hikes on small businesses, and we see them often making up phony stats to try to make things more palatable to Canadians. We also see them deliberately dividing Canadians in the hopes of getting some political gain. We've watched them try to isolate small groups and get some advantage for the Liberals from that. We've seen that in things like the carbon tax and just recently the summer jobs program. And again, they use selective or misleading information to try to create an opportunity to advance their issues. Another characteristic, of course, that we've watched from them is that they want to go easy on the laws that they don't want to actually enforce. We've seen that through bills such as the Aboriginal Transparency Act. We've seen it on immigration, where they ignore the rules and they won't enforce the rules as they're put in place. And we see it, again, obviously, on the payment to Mr. Kedar when they jumped ahead of the court and decided they wanted to make a payment because it would have made the Chrétien government look bad if they hadn't done that. But, Mr. Speaker, it looks like all those bad habits have come together in Bill C-71. They're trying to manipulate the Canadian public. They're trying to work PR angles on this with information that they know is untrue. They're using this to divide Canadians one more time. They're taking the easy way out by avoiding the real issues, which are gang violence and illegal gun activity, and they're doing what they said they wouldn't do, which is setting up the basics of a renewed long gun registry. Now, Mr. Speaker, the way this bill was introduced showed the Liberals are deliberately trying to set up legitimate firearms owners as the fall guys in this debate. Someone mentioned the Prime Minister's tweet a few minutes ago. From the press release of the bill is another example. Part of it declares that in Canada, restricted firearms are made up of handguns, certain rifles, and semi-automatics. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know anything about firearms laws in Canada, but this is inaccurate. It's a complete fabrication about semi-autos. And this may be the goal of the government today, but that's not what the legislative reality is. And Canadian gun owners, firearms owners, need to be paying attention to this early misinformation. That's not the only misinformation, Mr. Speaker, that was presented. CBC, of all organizations, did an analysis of the stats used by the Liberals in their press release and their communications. The Liberals have focused on 2013, and CBC reports that 2013 saw Canada's lowest rate of criminal homicide in 50 years, the lowest rate of fatal shootings ever recorded by Stats Canada. Every year since 1966 has been worse than 2013. So the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, take a year when all the stats were lower than they've been for decades, then they use that to compare to today, and today is still below the 30-year average. And we just heard that a few minutes ago, one of the Liberals actually using those statistics again. The CBC report goes on. It talks about Canada's homicide rate in 2018 is similar or lower than it was in 2008. Or 1998, it's well below 1988 and 1978. It's similar to what it was in 1968, and the rate today is very close to 1928, Mr. Speaker. And so they go on, they say if one were to ask how 2016 compared with a decade before, one would find the rate of firearms homicides remain boringly unchanged, including the rate of homicides with handguns. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that you've been taken with that article and I've read it through, I'm sure, as well. But their conclusion is that none of this constitutes, as they call it, a steady increase. And they say this is what a statistician might reasonably call a steady decrease. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not accurate to say that offences involving firearms have become more prevalent, especially since 2013. That's not the only place where they've been misleading Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The second media report, and again, this was the CBC after their government briefing, I assume, that stated, and I quote, police will be able to determine who exactly was the last licensed owner to purchase a particular gun. Now, if the government has the capacity to track the last legitimate owner of every firearm in Canada, that actually accomplishes the goals of a long gun, of a firearms registry. So, Mr. Speaker, are they setting up a gun registry or are they not? Mr. Speaker, they have given up on gangs and they are ganging up on Canadians. And in this process, they need to distort the facts so they know that Canadians won't accept that. The bill itself is a lot of nothing, and what is there, for the most part, is targeting legitimate gun owners and business people as it lays the foundation for a new registry. Again, the CBC article says every firearm will be tied to its owner. That's not possible in this government unless this government takes this new reference number system that they're using, which we'll talk about in a couple of minutes, to track individuals and their firearms. People need to be paying attention to this. This is the foundation for establishing a registry. Lays out the components of a registry. There's a front door registry by returning all the data to Quebec. I think Canadians need to also ask, is there any other data that exists? Because in the legislation it says that the changes that we made will be designated to have never existed. So if there's other data that exists, are the Liberal governments going to be able to bring that back and use that across this country? We need to know that, and some people better start taking a closer look at this. It sets up a backdoor registry, Mr. Speaker. In the past, we've had to, if you purchase a firearm, you've had to verify that the other person has a license. Businesses have put that number on file, and everyone I've ever dealt with has done that. Adding these new requirements, the reference number, the serial number, the buyer, and a 20-year hold allows for the establishment of a gun registry. The reference number for private transactions is even more interesting because it actually makes no sense. It won't be one single bit effective unless it's the first step in requiring the private registration of firearms. Again, a registry. And this needs to be understood. It has a pile of consequences. It has consequences towards invasion of privacy, the question of the financing of the registrar, and the entire reference implementation and how they're putting it together. Mr. Speaker, I talked to a friend of mine who's been involved in this for a while, and he said this new setup is going to require hundreds of employees in order to be able to handle these reference numbers that are being sent in. I'd like to know what the budget is. Is it perhaps $2 million like the last one was? And what number will that grow to, Mr. Speaker? We need to know that quickly. Provision on background checks that requires examination of extended time periods on application process is okay, but is it really effective? Because those background checks are already very thorough. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I've got a couple minutes left. I just want to wrap up by saying this bill divides Canadians on bad assumptions. The manipulated data makes it look like there's a growing problem when there isn't one. The legislation targets only legitimate firearms owners and marks them. These guys have avoided the hard work. The gang issues are hard to deal with. Regular Canadians are a lot easier to beat on. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have come forward with a phony piece of legislation, sets the groundwork for a front and backdoor registry. It uses deliberately distorted statistics to try to scare people, and it will cost what? None of us know that, Mr. Speaker. It will make it more expensive and inconvenient for honest people. It'll lay the groundwork for both a registry in Quebec and a foundation for registry across this country, and it picks out the legitimate firearm owners and does not deal with the problem that the Liberals claimed that they were trying to address.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his comments. I asked the honourable member behind him a question. I'll get to the same one in a second. He talks a lot about misinformation, and of course we can't accuse the Conservatives of blowing things way out of proportion.
We would never.
That would never happen. That's not something that we would do. However, from a Belleville newspaper, the newspaper reporter spoke to Ben Harvey, who's a gun store owner, and says there's a lot of moving parts in the proposed bill, but there's not been a real big change on the actual aspect of logging the customer's information and keeping a record on what they've purchased. We already do it with ammunition, and now they're just asking us to do it with guns. By doing it with guns, we're going to give the police and the community the tool to begin to track where guns are purchased, how they're being trafficked, and how they're being used, and that's not a bad thing.
No.
So it seems Ben from Belleville, who owns a gun shop, thinks this is a public safety legislation. This is a good step forward. This is common sense gun control. Why are the Conservatives engaging in misleading leading Canadians on this issue?
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the Liberals aren't actually dealing with the issue that they claimed that they were going to address, which was gang violence and illegal gun activity. And we know that the majority of that problem comes from smuggled guns. It comes from firearms that have been stolen. This has nothing to do with that. And it's actually interesting, even his question, he seems to be implying that they are going to be establishing a gun registry, and that is an important thing for them to do. So Canadians across the country need to be paying attention to the questions that they're asking. They need to be paying attention to these reference numbers that are going to be required for every single firearm transaction so that we can understand, are the Liberals setting up a gun registry as they promised they wouldn't? Or what is it that they're doing over there?
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member from Montmagny-Lislay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that I won't have a chance to speak, I'd like to ask a question. When tabling the bill, The minister said it would take 3 to 5 minutes for a gun owner to call and get an almost instantaneous answer from officials to be authorized to travel with their firearm. We know that the Canada Revenue Agency, well, you need at least 45 minutes to get an answer on the phone. I'm going to ask my colleague, what does he think about this? Knowing full well that it's not on the weekend. As my colleague said, people travel, there's activities, there are things happening all throughout Canada. There's shows and all types of events. People won't be able to get answers from officials on the weekends. I think they're dreaming with this idea. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
This business for a long while, and he said, actually, right now you can't get a response on the weekends. It's impossible to get a response. So now this government is coming telling us that every gun show across the country, every place that people go, that they might be exchanging or buying firearms or whatever, they're going to have to call in and get a reference number, but there's nobody working. So as I mentioned earlier, someone who's been involved in this for a long time with the other gun registry said this is going to require the hiring of hundreds of people in order to make this work. It's not going to be instantaneous. The authorization to transport typically took 2 to 3 days. And so if that's the case, it's going to destroy the gun shows that so many people depend on across this country. And I need to say, I'm very sorry that my colleague probably won't get his time today because of the time allocation motion that the Liberals have bought in on C-71. We're very sad to see the fact that our members are being muzzled because they don't want to have a discussion about these issues.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member across the way talks about being muzzled. You know, it's just the other day, full day. Imagine the government brings in this bill, C-71, wants to have the debate. One speaker from the Conservative Party addresses the bill and then actually adjourns debate. Wow. So there should be no surprise that the debate ended that day when you had a Conservative member adjourning debate. Now, if they want to play the games and so forth, this legislation is all about public safety for Canadians. It is a commitment that's being fulfilled by this government that was made to Canadians in the last election. Even the NRA supports parts of this bill in which the Conservatives are opposing. No one is saying that this is about the long gun registry. Nobody, Mr. Speaker. It's not about that. But no matter how many times we say it, the Conservatives just want to twist it into something it is not. My question to the member across the way is, would he not concede that maybe the NRA's position on it in terms of having the retailers record the information is a responsible approach? Why is the Conservatives even further right than organizations like the NRA?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I think the NRA operates in the United States, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, as the gentleman across the way is talking about the long gun registry, of course he doesn't want to talk about the long gun registry. It cost them an awful lot in the past parliaments. It's going to cost them again in the next election. He doesn't want the discussion to be about whether they're establishing a registry or not. The reality is they are not keeping their promises. This bill is not about public safety. This bill is about some sort of public relations campaign where they're targeting legitimate firearms owners because they don't want to deal with gang violence. They don't want to deal with illegal gun activity, and so they've chosen to avoid it one more time.
There you go.
Comme il est 17h15.
As it is 5:15, pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, March 27, 2018, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Morneau.
That Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relations to firearms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. What?
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that Bill C-71, an act to amend certain acts and regulations in relation to firearms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne-Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne-Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Sims.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Henin de Sangri.
Mr. Henin de Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Fregascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Vignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé-Vignon Métis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsby Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Mucar.
Mr. Mucar.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mrs. Ramsey.
Mrs. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Ayes pour 206, 206. Nays contre 88, 88.
I declare the motion carries.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, projet de loi est renvoyé.
Accordingly, the bill is referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-344 at report stage under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Sanga, seconded by Mr. Sanson, moved that Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit, be concurred in at report stage. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Vignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé-Vignon Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Fourth row at my right in favor.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Getzineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Getzineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Second row at my right, in favor.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne Chanteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Chanteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpaleggio.
Mr. Scarpaleggio.
First row at my right, in favor.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpot-Taylor.
Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Lutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Que tout ce qui à ma gauche.
All those at my left who support the motion will please rise.
Mr. Rota.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Quatrième rangée à ma...
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Portier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row at my left in favor.
Ms. Vandendaal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left in favor.
Al.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmondson Satcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Que tout ce qui à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right opposed to the motion. Second row. First row opposed at my right.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will
Opposed.
please rise.
Opposed.
I'm sorry, did I say opposed? All those at my left who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lawson Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
My left, opposed.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Third row at my left, opposed.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Going Town.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
At my left, opposed.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Godu.
Ms. Godu.
First row at my left, opposed.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney. Belchas et Chamendibi.
Mr. Blaney, Belchas et Chamendibi.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Nays 200, nays contre 92, 92.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Quand ce projet de loi se-t-il une troisième fois?
When will this bill
À la
be read a
prochaine
third time?
séance
At the
de la
next
Chambre.
sitting of the House.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-232 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Levitt, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moved that Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass.
My right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Levitt.
Fifth row at my right in favor.
Mr. Yakima. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Hari. Mr. Guari. Mr. Tlaib. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé-Vignon Lemitis, Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé-Vignon Lemitis, Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Sere. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Cedar Mission, Massey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Massey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Quatrième rangée à ma
Fourth row to my right.
No.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right, in favor.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Durrani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Deuxième rangée à ma...
Second row to my right.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Lausanne-Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne-Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavance.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Première rangée.
First row at my right. In favor.
Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualter.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Katusaki à ma gauche qui...
All those to my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Lauzon-Stromandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon-Stormont. That's Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériaut.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left. In favor.
Madame Portier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
My left, in favor.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandendal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Swagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row, second row at my left in favor.
Randall.
Randall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Abou Taif. Cave.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
First row at my left in favor. First row.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse-Les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Blaney-Bellechasse-Les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
All those at my right who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right, opposed. Third row. Second row. First row. Ketusaki Amago.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 294, 294. Nays contre, nil, 0.
I declare the motion carried. It being 6:12 p.m., 6:13 p.m., the House will now proceed with the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration motion M167, rural crime in Canada, under the name of Mrs. Stubb.
Hello.
Order, please. I would ask all those honourable members who wish to continue their conversation to please leave the House.
We're getting underway with private members' business. Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security be instructed to undertake a study on rural crime in Canada and consider factors including but not limited to 1. Current rural crime rates and trends, 2. Existing RCMP and other policing resources and policies in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities, particularly in relation to population density, policing geographic area, and staff shortages. 3, current partnerships with provincial, municipal, and Indigenous police forces. 4, possible recommendations to improve rural crime prevention and to curb emerging crime rates, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoptions of this motion. Debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
To speak to Motion 167, which urges the Public Safety and National Security Committee to convene a comprehensive and current assessment on rural crime in communities across Canada. I want to acknowledge the work of the Alberta Rural Crime Task Force for all of their advocacy. Rural crime affects constituents from across our ridings, and rural Alberta MPs have been working with provincial and municipal representatives and citizen groups to hear from victims of crime, law enforcement, and sometimes even offenders to identify concrete actions to reduce rural crime and to protect the rights of victims. I know rural MPs across all of Canada and of all parties hear the same concerns from their constituents. Lakeland constituents feel unsafe in their homes and at work because of escalating robberies, thefts, and break-ins in small towns, family farms, and businesses. This motion is a first step to making concrete recommendations to improve rural crime prevention and to reduce escalating crime rates. Motion 167 calls for an assessment of those trends of crime rates in rural Canada because 2015 was the first time that police-reported crime in Canada went up in over a decade, the first time in more than 12 years, and it increased again in 2016. So the experiences of our constituents in rural Alberta and of people across Canada are clearly reflected in the official statistics. Many are frustrated and rightfully angry. Many have been victims repeatedly and with increasing violence. My constituent Barbara said, once you tell your personal story of a break-in, almost everyone you meet can offer up their own story. So you're right when you say there has been a substantial increase in these incidences, and we're all scared and frustrated. Canada is clearly in need of a formalized, in-depth assessment on rural crime to get the statistics to make tangible recommendations for concrete action to combat this crisis. And both the analysis and the action must be swift because it's urgent. My constituents don't want studies or reports forever. They want action. But because this notable escalation of crime is relatively recent, it's a fact that a comprehensive investigation of all factors has not actually yet been undertaken federally. Motion 167 is at least a measure that I could suggest as a private member to get rural crime on the federal agenda. One of my constituents, Colleen, says, everyone in our area is very, very concerned about rural crime and personal safety. Neighbours all around us have had vehicles stolen or their houses broken into. It is an epidemic. From Central Alberta, Rose says, if we do not feel safe in our own homes, then there needs to be an establishment of why we do not feel safe. Ben told me, as a rural property owner, we are completely frustrated. To date, we have lost 3 vehicles, huge amounts of diesel fuel, several batteries, tools, money, credit cards, and precious family heirlooms. Feedback from some RCMP members in Lakeland reported increases of 80% in property crime, 58% in vehicle theft, and 105% in property theft under $5,000. In fact, property crime in rural Alberta alone increased by 41% in the last 5 years, while the population only went up 8%. Kevin in Lakeland says, quote, unfortunately, there are a lot of people in our area who've been personally impacted by thefts, break and enter, and damage caused by those who would seek to take things that do not belong to them. And Jennifer says, I know more people who have been robbed than who haven't. It's beyond disheartening and unbelievably unfair. We are sitting ducks due to our location and an understaffed detachment. Brad says, describing an incident near his farm, the police came up the next day to take a report. Moral of the story is that I came to the conclusion that the only one who can protect my family where we live is me. And after my neighbors are phoned, I might call the police. And unfortunately, I will be the bad guy when they finally arrive here. This is happening all too often. Rural crime across Canada was led by a 10% spike in Alberta, but it increased all across Western Canada and in New Brunswick and in the Northwest Territories. And a recent RCMP report said property crime in rural Alberta is at never-before-seen levels in recent history. Policing in rural areas is vastly different than in urban centres. The St. Paul region in my riding has been hit hard with crime, and it has the highest number of cases of any Crown Prosecutor office in Alberta, with 2,000 cases backlogged, compared to an Edmonton office with 800. Just as there are unique challenges with the court system in rural Canada, so too are there these challenges with policing rural crime. The committee would examine RCMP staff resources and policies in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities in relation to population density, geographic area, and staff shortages. That's why Motion 167 also calls for an examination of current partnerships with provincial and municipal partnerships. Municipal policing. Currently, most rural areas across Canada are policed by the RCMP, except in Quebec and Ontario, which have provincial police forces. The RCMP provides specific federal policing services there, as in the rest of the country. Many larger cities and districts have their own municipal police forces, but more than 150 municipalities, 3 international airports, and 600 Indigenous communities have contracts with the RCMP for local services. The RCMP have thousands of kilometres to cover and very limited resources. Even a lack of cell phone coverage and road conditions with no streetlights over great distances impact response times. As a result, constituents are left vulnerable. Candace says, we operate a substantial farm, which is our livelihood. Our shop was broken into, the tractor-trailer cab interiors messed, registrations, glasses, CDs, paper files, etc. There were excellent footprints, and the RCMP was only able to show up a week later. A member of that same family down the road just this weekend had his truck stolen by 3 criminals while his kids were in the yard. It's scary that if anything had happened, the RCMP to be dispatched were 60 kilometres away. Across Canada, RCMP members themselves say they are concerned about their own safety and about the safety of the communities in which they work across Canada. For example, in Lakeland, one detachment has only 4 RCMP members covering 2,200 square kilometres and 8,300 Albertans. The reality is that 2 of them are rarely on duty at the same time, and one often is in the office doing administrative duties. Nationally, more than 1 in 10 RCMP positions are vacant. As of April 2017, 230 positions are unfilled in Alberta. Caroline says, I had a neighbour who called the RCMP after they had a break-in. RCMP never came that day, never came the next day, never came at all. Currently in Saskatchewan, the RCMP has approximately 925 members working out of 87 rural detachments under community policing agreements. Another 250 officers are based at larger municipal RCMP detachments, and 33 are involved in community policing arrangements with Saskatchewan First Nations. In Manitoba, RCMP detachments have been struggling for years with vacancies that have constrained policing services to rural and Indigenous communities. The problem of employment fatigue in the RCMP is a national concern, and it's particularly acute in Manitoba. The result is reduced safety and protection to rural and Indigenous people, eroded morale, and increased stress for RCMP members. RCMP members express significant concern for the mental and physical well-being of their colleagues. And that highlights a key concern identified by law enforcement stakeholders, that a broad public awareness of dwindling policing resources can reasonably generate public unease and embolden criminals. All of us here today respect the hard work and sacrifice of the RCMP. A thorough and up-to-date assessment will help determine specific resource requirements and actions needed to serve and protect rural communities, and about whether recent announcements have actually made measurable differences. Residents and businesses in small towns and rural areas across Lakeland say they expect break-ins and robberies. They're taking action to protect themselves, setting up buddy systems with neighbours, rural crime watches, and citizens on patrol. One resident said, we have a security system, but that doesn't help much when it takes the RCMP too long to get there. Small business retention is becoming a major challenge in rural communities plagued by rampant crime. They're vital to Canada's economy, and especially in rural areas with limited employment. For years, small businesses have been broken into, and with escalating violence, like armed robberies of the Boyne Lake General Store, the Vegreville Hotel, the Bonnyville Liquor Store, the Butcher Shop in Eckville, and the Sporting Goods Store in Caroline. Businesses are contacting their counties because they've been broken into so many times that their insurance companies are now refusing them. On January 28th, the Globe and Mail reported on small business retention in rural Canada. Farmers and business owners who've been hit multiple times say they're surprised by the brazenness of recent property crimes. Thieves come looking for electronics, farm equipment, or guns. Even when someone is home, the reasons for the apparent increase in crime in some areas are not clear. But the question is clear. What incentive is there for business owners to remain in rural areas? It may now be costing them more to stay open than not, and businesses and employees must be able to thrive in rural Canada, not be driven out by criminals and repeat offenders. The rights of law-abiding business owners and residents everywhere must be prioritized over the rights of criminals. The analysis mandated by Motion 167 can deliver the statistics and context to clearly establish all the factors behind the increase in rural crime. Many municipal associations and municipalities across Canada want action. The Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities recently called for stiffer penalties for those convicted of rural crimes, restrictions on access to rural property, increased RCMP resources to deal with agriculture-related thefts in rural areas, and expanded rights and justification for an individual to defend or protect themselves, their family, and their property. My constituents want stronger penalties, too, to stop the revolving door of repeat offenders. And because they're left without RCMP able to get to them fast enough, they fear they're in a no-win situation if they're forced to defend themselves, their family, their homes, property, or businesses. Silky says, with every strange noise, we look out the window and a false alarm from our shop sensor, it gave us adrenaline overload. Every slow driving by vehicle makes the hairs stand up, and in general, everyone in the neighborhood is on edge. Carolyn says, I had a neighbor who was at home with her 5 children. There were people in the yard, and all she could do was let them snoop. They had a vehicle waiting on the other side of the tree line. This sort of thing has been, and in my opinion, will continue to escalate. What is our government's first job, she asks, if not to protect its citizens? Monique says that any time I am returning home, kids are in school, husband is at work, I'm nervous, cautious, and scared. Will I drive up to find we are the next victims? And worse yet, will I catch them in the act? That puts me in between them and their escape route. Then what? It's fight or flight for both of us. Guaranteed I will be unarmed. Never in my life did I think that things would shift from urban being safer than rural. We chose rural to feel safer, and now we are targets, sitting ducks, so to speak. The rise in rural crime has coincided with the escalating opioid crisis in Canada. In 2016, Alberta, British Columbia, Northwest Territories, and Yukon rated among the highest in the country for apparent opioid-related deaths per 10,000 people, and exceeded the rest of the provinces in terms of fentanyl busts. And that coincides with the increase in rural crime. Multiple First Nations communities have declared states of emergency in response to the uptick in opioid overdoses, during which crime rates began to soar. All members and parties have been strong advocates for action on the opioid epidemic in Canada. And while there are many related factors to ponder, this motion will be an opportunity to enable the appropriate committee to assess this urgent issue in that context about the concurrent increase in opioid use and rural crime. Some law enforcement officials cite the challenges and resourcing of RCMP in rural areas as a factor in escalating drug-related crime and of increasing activities of organized crime in rural areas. Overall, a major problem is that there are so many unanswered questions. This motion is a first step for the federal government to explicitly acknowledge this urgent issue and start moving the levers to address it and to take action. Kevin says, this experience really traumatized me, as well as my wife Lexi, who was at home only 100 feet from the shop with our 4 young children when these individuals were here. We don't live close to neighbors, about 2 kilometers, and for the last 2 years we have had to change much about how we live out here. It really impacted us and has made us wary about living in an isolated area, even now after 2 years after an incident where they were robbed. Some of the items stolen were irreplaceable, and the loss of security, we feel, has certainly been felt by our whole family. Sharon says, I've never been afraid to stay alone on our acreage and hardly ever locked a door. Now all doors on this property are locked. We have yard lights, motion lights, alarm system. Still, I don't feel safe. The police are so thinned out for this big country that they can't help taking sometimes a couple of hours to respond to a call. I'm a 75-year-old woman, and it's just wrong that I should have these fears as a free Canadian. Judy says, this is not fair that I have to live in fear with gates locked, phone by the bed, and awaken to every noise. This is not the Alberta I know and love. These voices are echoed by thousands in rural communities across Canada. It does not discriminate between regions or party lines, and it affects everyone. A core duty of government is public safety and security. Constituents should get the safety that they deserve. The results of this assessment would directly affect all rural communities across Canada and benefit every rural constituency should this motion be adopted. So please, I urge all members of the House, let's pass Motion 167 to, as Darcy from Lakeland says, make rural life safe again.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the member opposite. One of the privileges of sitting in the House is listening to the experiences from different parts of the country that are quite clearly different from the experiences that you may have in your own home riding, and to hear documented the very real concerns, the very real needs of communities in rural Canada enlightens us all. And I want to thank her for raising the issue and to bring it to the attention of all of us as parliamentarians. We have a shared responsibility in this country to make the streets of my riding as safe as the back roads of my colleagues' riding, and I assure you that she does not stand alone in the desire to change the circumstance. As a former member of the Police Service Board in Toronto and as someone who has been involved in the municipal sector for quite some time, my question to her is this: as the cities and towns and rural municipalities speak about this issue, what resources are they prepared to partner with us? Has she canvassed the rural municipalities and the associations like the ones in Alberta and Saskatchewan to see what kind of partnership is possible around data collection, around studying of this issue, and around making sure that our response is as robust as it could be?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
I appreciate the member's question, and I'm hopeful by his question about the potential for this motion to pass and undertake this critical assessment. I can speak from the municipal councils in my riding. There's one county council that has one of the detachments that has the most severe shortages, and they in fact have been working both with the provincial government and with the umbrella municipal association to find ways that they can contribute. They have offered actually to invest in additional staffing to add administrative support into the detachment so that potentially officers could actually be on duty together covering their large areas. And I think that my colleagues in the Alberta Rural Crime Task Force, through their work across the province, have heard similar kinds of intents from municipalities, because everybody just wants to work together to find solutions and take action against this crisis.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague can comment on the recent announcement of investment from the Alberta provincial government of $10 million to fight rural criminality, and the plan that the Justice Minister, Kathleen Genley, announced, the 7-step plan that she announced at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, any action to combat rural crime and to increase police resourcing in rural communities is welcome. This motion, if it passes, I think comes at an excellent time, because the NDP government of Alberta did announce a $10 million investment in 39 additional RCMP officers, and if this assessment can be undertaken, then 6 months from now we should be able to review that investment, see if that has actually resulted in additional officers in local detachments. And so I would say that's exactly the kind of thing that this motion would enable to be reviewed, to see if it's actually making a measurable outcome or difference in combating rural crime, as well as the federal Liberals' recent announcement in increasing funds for Indigenous policing in rural communities across Canada. I think those are exactly the kinds of things that this motion would allow the appropriate committee to look at and to assess for real action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing this motion forward. I have served on the Alberta Rural Crime Task Force, and she's worked very closely with us, and I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, the stories that she has shared today here in the House, all members of Parliament, especially rural members, could share, especially Alberta and Saskatchewan, could share very similar types of stories. As we conducted our meetings throughout the riding, I realized that many of my constituents were living in fear, and she very well brought that out in her speech. But also, many of my constituents were uncertain as to what their response should be, not if, but when they were broken into, or when some of those. I myself, living on a ranch and a farm, have been a victim to a very small degree just with stealing fuel, where someone came in and ripped off a line of a piece of equipment and broke the fuel pump and did other things. But I'm wondering, making it to the member, what has she heard from the government? Are they going to be supporting your bill? What timelines would be involved in this study? What could go on after the study? Is this the type of recommendation that could work together with provinces, as the member from the NDP shared, or is this something that would eventually then come back to committee and be studied? And this is a nonpartisan issue. Can she share on that, please?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I don't know yet, in fact, from the Liberals whether or not they will be supporting the motion, although I have sent out a package and talked to many of the rural members, and I know that they're as concerned about these issues as we are. And part of the reason why the motion has a 6-month timeline on it is that I'm hoping the committee then can assess all of these areas and then come back with recommendations in a timely way so that then action can be taken immediately. Because I know that my constituents, like all of ours, don't want to see government just meet forever and write reports and do studies when they face this urgent crisis in their lives every day.
Very good. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Lakeland for her speech and for this important motion. Certainly, there's no question that crime, wherever it happens, is unacceptable, that those that are the victims of crime suffer enormously, and that it's the responsibility of government, one of our main responsibilities, to stop that suffering in any way that we can. And the particular point that's made around a rural context is one she's absolutely right about. We know, as an example, that rural areas are often near the top of Statistics Canada's crime severity index, and that across the country in rural communities, property crimes are plaguing these communities in a way that's utterly and totally unacceptable. And so we agree fully, and we think this is an area where it's essential that we have bipartisan cooperation to find ways to reduce this scourge so that we don't hear the kind of stories that the member for Lakeland is talking about. There is no one in any part of this country who should feel scared in their home. There is no one who should feel that they are unsafe. And certainly it's our responsibility to make sure that that happens. Now, we recently had I think a very effective and good session of the Guns and Gangs Summit that was held here in Ottawa, where we heard from experts from across the country, with a very heavy preponderance of those coming from rural communities, to talk about some of the solutions that we needed to bring to bear. And one of the things that certainly was evident from that, Mr. Speaker, is the imperative nature of understanding the needs at a local community level and funding those. In other words, you know, when I was on council, or when I was on the Durham Region Police Services Board, the needs in my district, in Ajax or the broader Durham region, wouldn't be the same as the members for Lakeland. And that the community at a ground level understands what they need to be able to curb crime and make a difference, and how they can build community capacity to create the kind of safe environments that we mutually desire. And it's one of the reasons why we put forward the money that is going to be in the first year $327 million, growing, $32 million, growing to $100 million a year, very much to build that community capacity and to deal with sort of helping communities to curb this type of problem. I also want to point out that in First Nation communities that we recognize that they too have also been under-resourced, and that's why we were pleased to sign new agreements with First Nations police forces that saw an increase of $291.2 million for First Nations policing, and that included $144 million that was specifically for officer safety, for police, for equipment, and for salaries, and going up to 2019, seeing 110 new positions at a cost of $44.8 million. So there are 450 First Nations communities across the country, and a lot of the issues we're talking about affects those First Nations communities as well. So when we're looking at what we can do to restore funding to the RCMP and build up their capacity, similarly, we also have to take a look at our First Nations communities. I know the member didn't specifically talk about gun-related crime, but I would also make mention of the fact that we're seeing a very disturbing trend in firearms related victims. We've seen a 1/3 increase across the country, and that is also reflected in rural communities. And it's not just victims of who are involved in sort of gang-style shootings. We're also seeing that in domestic violence and tragically also in suicides. And so the crime element as it pertains to guns is one that is very concerning to us because it bucks the overall trend line down, Mr. Speaker, that we see in crime. We see that increase being quite pronounced over the last 5 years. That's one of the reasons why we had Bill C-71 in front of this House today, not as a panacea, but as part of a broader solution in how we can deal with this escalation of gun crime that we're seeing in the country. And while we often see gun crime as an urban phenomenon, we do know that roughly 3 in 10 crimes that happen with relation to a firearm happen actually in a rural community. And actually in both Saskatchewan and in the Atlantic provinces, firearms-related crimes are actually higher in rural communities than in urban settings in those particular situations. So the firearms legislation, we think, is also an important step. The RCMP is mostly rural by nature. The work that they conduct is mostly rural. And I talked just for a second, Mr. Speaker, about some of the initiatives that are happening at a local level with the RCMP to try to address this problem and hopefully some of the things that we can look at furthering. The crime reduction strategy implemented by the RCMP in Alberta, for example, helps police resources target the small percentage of people responsible for a great deal of the criminal activity in the province. And that's one of the disturbing trends that we often see is that the crime that we see that impacts so many of the different stories we're talking about is committed by a very small number of individuals. So by targeting those individuals and going after the ones that are responsible, we can have much greater impact. The Alberta RCMP and the Alberta Rural Crime Watch Association recently signed a memorandum of understanding to help citizens take an active role in crime prevention through patrol programs and police liaisons. There are also 4 crime reduction teams in Alberta led by the Alberta RCMP, spread out to focus on rural crime concerns like breaking and entering and property theft. These teams have led to more than 200 arrests, new criminal charges, and recovered stolen property. And I think the key here is what happens when we work as partners with provinces, the federal government, and municipalities. And I thank my honourable colleague from Toronto who got up to speak around the importance of working with local municipalities, because it's that intersection of the different levels of government working collaboratively to come at this problem that I think is going to be absolutely key to our success. And at the same time, we recognize that the number of RCMP officers is absolutely essential. We know that the RCMP cadet enrollment is up 175% over the last couple of years, and that we're increasingly reaching out as well to make sure that the RCMP is reflective of the communities that they represent, so that when they're in a rural setting, ideally they're people who have come from that community, know its local circumstances, know its local challenges, and are able to respond accordingly. I would point out as another example of that intersection of different elements working collaboratively to build community capacity that in Saskatchewan, the province's community safety officer helped to address high priority but low risk policing needs, including traffic and liquor and bylaw enforcement, freeing up the RCMP and municipal police forces to focus on higher needs and more serious crime. So I think there's other ways of looking at this in terms of resource allocation to make sure that the RCMP can be focused on some of these larger issues, some of the ones that are more severe and causing community more of a challenge. The broader message, Mr. Speaker, is that the member for Lakeland is 100% right. That we have a problem that is utterly and totally unacceptable, that we need to bring to bear the full force of government, and that includes not only the RCMP, but looking at all of the interrelated elements of government that can help solve this problem, to partner with provinces, to partner with municipalities, and to do so, frankly, as much as possible in a nonpartisan, bipartisan way, really. Because while we may not completely agree on the solutions, while we may look at it and think, you think we should do this or I think we should do that, we both fundamentally agree that it's unacceptable, that it has to be fixed, and that we need to do everything in our power to accomplish that. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to work with the member opposite on this motion and in more broader context on this issue generally. Thank you.
Reprise le débat. La députée.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important issue for me because I'm from a rural region, a region where I grew up, and it seems to me that not everyone fully understands our reality. There are policies put in place that are one-size-fit-all in nature and don't take into account our reality. When we look at police intervention in the evening, for example, in Abitibi West, there are some 2 teams on patrol. So that means 4 police officers covering all of Abitibi West, which is larger than some countries, in fact. So that adds a specific challenge. If there's a car accident involving more than 2 vehicles that prevents traffic from flowing, that means our entire police force is mobilized to deal with the traffic accident and then isn't helping people for other incidents. And it can get very difficult when it comes to traffic accidents or other crimes. Now, on occasion, a crime is committed, someone's injured, and we can't even get an ambulance because there are a limited number of ambulances available during the evening hours. So this is all part of the rural reality. When we talk about Indigenous policing, they have even fewer staff members. If someone falls ill, the numbers go down. Others have to do overtime. There are social issues they have to deal with. And when we talk about crime in rural areas, we can't lose sight of the fact that there are a lot of underlying social issues that need to be part of the comprehensive solution, the social aspect. So the issue is highly complex. And when we think about the Indigenous police forces, I must point out Thierry Leroux, the police officer who died. He was working in Lac-Simon, and he died as he was helping someone in distress. I spoke to his father shortly after the incident. He was a very strong man, and what he said was important, even if it's impossible to bring his son back, was that it was important to take steps that that type of situation didn't recur. So I think the motion like the one here will enable us to focus on meaningful measures that will improve tactical and operational capacities or capabilities. We need to equip these police forces with the tools they need to respond. So this will require investments, but also a strategy, a thought process. And we need to be open-minded in looking at what these police forces need and what that means in terms of funding. We appreciate additional investments that have been made, but I think that it's also important to examine the potential shortfalls and the requirements that we need to put in place. I've had an opportunity to speak to the chief of police for Picogan in my riding, and he's known me since I was small. His daughters babysat me when I was a child, and it's difficult for him to intervene in situations that are very specific in nature, and it's because the reality is often difficult to explain in the context. So I think we need to talk about the operational capabilities for these police forces. In rural communities, we also need to look at the issue of rehabilitation. In a large region, someone can leave prison and choose not to see people who may have led them down the wrong path in the first place. But when you're from a small village with 300 people, how do you accomplish that? It's almost impossible not to run into people or to see them. So it's difficult then for people not to end up back in the same circle, the same cycle, if you will. So rehabilitation measures that are put in place in prison are efficient, effective, but they need to help people who are from rural areas who end up in prison and then are released. So we need to focus on the reintegration so that these people don't end up precisely back in the same circles that led them into the life of crime in the first place. Crime rates in rural areas requires us to take a look at victims as well. Oftentimes, a victim may run into the perpetrator easily at the grocery store in a small community. It's difficult for a victim to run into someone, to have the misfortune of crossing paths with someone on a regular basis. It can cause chronic post-traumatic stress as well, because they relive the difficult experiences that they went through. And that can lead victims, and even in some cases women, to not complaining, disclosing the issue, because the person may still be in their immediate environment. So in many cases like this, it's easier simply not to say anything. So it can be very difficult for victims who can't put an end to a situation they faced because they're constantly reminded of it. When we talk about violent crime, it's very difficult for victims, but even petty crime. What happens if you run into someone on a daily basis, someone you know who robbed you, broke into your home and stole something, but when it hasn't been proven and you know that they've committed the theft and nothing happened because the police couldn't get there in time and it was too late. So that too is part of this complex issue, this complex situation in rural areas. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move an amendment to M167, seconded by the member for Victoria.
After the word emerging crime rates, the following. 5. Measure to increase the tactical and operational effectiveness of Indigenous police force. 6. Strategies and resources dedicated to the judicial and rehabilitation system in rural areas. 7. Improve support for victims of rural crime, and that the committee report its finding to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion.
Je dois informer
I need to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3 of the Standing Orders, a motion to amend a motion or a motion at second reading of a private member's bill may only be moved with the authorization of the motion's sponsor.
the honourable member for Lakeland if she consents to the amendment being moved.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her support, and I accept the amendment.
Ms. Moore, seconded by Mr. Rankin. moves that the motion be amended by adding after the words emerging crime rates the following. 5. Measures to increase the tactical and operational effectiveness of Indigenous police forces. 6. Strategies and resources dedicated to the judicial and rehabilitation systems in rural areas. And 7. Improved support for victims of rural crime. And that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise to speak today to an issue that is of fundamental importance to myself and also to my riding of Provencher. It's a predominantly rural riding with a few larger urban centres and lots of smaller communities which would be considered rural. And so the issue we're talking about today is security as it relates to rural crime. And I want to thank my colleague, the member from Lakeland, for bringing this very important issue to the attention of Parliament and requesting a study to undertake a study on rural crime. In 2015, Canada's crime index rose for the first time in 12 years, and the highest increase was in Western Canada. In fact, Statistics Canada reports that crime is on the rise in many parts of rural Canada, led by a 10% bump in rural Alberta in 2015. My own province of Manitoba has also been affected with an increase of 4.5%. The border town of Emerson, for example, has been featured in national news as it is one of the major points where illegal migrants are crossing over from the United States. The CBSA and the RCMP in the area are already stretched very thin, and this extra workload has created an opportunity for them to be busy with processing migrants as opposed to policing in their communities. As a member of Parliament for the area, it's my responsibility to represent the concerns that many of the residents in this area have. And I know that these concerns are echoed by many of the other communities in my constituency. It's not only a concern in my riding, but all over Manitoba, the prairies, and Canada. The most fundamental role of a government is to provide security for its citizens. I want to be clear from the start that I appreciate and respect the work of the RCMP, the CBSA, and all of our other security and police services. They execute their jobs with professionalism, diligence, and dedication. They work long hours, often in harsh and uncomfortable situations. Unlike most of us, the security services in Canada do not shut down for Christmas. They don't shut down this coming weekend for Easter, nor do they get to cancel on snow or rain days. I want to thank them for their continued service. I will say their dedication and professionalism lets me sleep at night. The purpose of Motion 167 is to commission a study on rural crime. And as I see the matter, and particularly as the matter relates to people in my riding in Provencher, the issues of border control and RCMP, the CBSA staffing are of utmost importance. Canada is a heavily urbanized country. Statistics Canada identified that in 2011, 81% of Canadians live in an urban area. That means roughly 4 out of 5 Canadians live in a city. 1 out of 5 Canadians lives in an urban area that is very sparsely populated. We're spread out over this wonderful, great, vast country of ours. And all that space is both a blessing and a hardship. It means that rural Canadians have a lot of space, they have a lot of freedom, but it also means that they're further apart from each other than in urban centers. It means that it takes longer to get from point A to point B. It means that it takes longer to get the kids to hockey. It takes longer to go to buy groceries. It takes longer to commute to school. And it also takes longer for emergency personnel to respond to an emergency, including our police services. The distance means that crime is a significant fear. When it happens, rural Canadians are often on their own. Help may not arrive until long after the crime has been committed. The isolation distance from police means that violent crime is extremely dangerous and is something that many rural Canadians fear. Even property crimes like car theft, siphoning gas, stealing tools, Stealing off-road vehicles, machinery, equipment become serious issues. The loss of a car can be a troublesome thing, especially in a situation where you need to respond to a medical emergency and are unable to do so because of the loss of that vehicle. Another aspect which is often overlooked as it relates to crime is the whole aspect of unreliable cellular service in rural areas. And this is a real problem, Mr. Speaker. If a situation arose, it would be difficult to get help without a vehicle. But without cellular service, the sense of isolation is felt much more strongly. The crime itself may be the same, but the impact of the crime on an individual can be very different in a rural area where cell coverage is minimal. It is why in rural communities, a physical and visible police presence is critical. Knowing that there's an officer out on patrol provides peace of mind to many rural Canadians. If something were to happen and Canadians know that the RCMP will be there to help, one of the biggest strengths of rural communities is the ability for the community and police to come together and work together. This is a trait which is common to all Canadians, but it's especially noticeable in rural Canada. In 2016, 67,136 incidents of property crime were reported in Manitoba, according to Statistics Canada. In 2015, there was only 60,863 incidents of property crime in Manitoba, according to Stats Canada. That's an increase of over 6,000 incidents of property crime in 1 year, over a 10% increase between 2015 and 2016 for property crime. To add to that perspective, from March the 4th to March the 11th of this past year, there were 54 service calls made in one of my communities in Oakbank, which is one of the communities in my riding. Of those 54 service calls, 16 were for property crimes. That is almost 30%. As I said earlier, property protection is important to rural Canadians. Chris Sobchuk of Ellen Lay Security and Communications in Brandon, Manitoba, said to the CBC that the demand for farmyard security makes up 50% of the business at their trade shows, whereas previously it was only 5 to 6%. Mr. Sobchuk told the CBC that some clients have suffered home invasions where they were locked into parts of their houses while intruders robbed them. The rural municipalities simply want more protection and to know where the line on that protection is. One of the significant challenges of policing in rural areas is the lack of police resources. This is, of course, no fault of the men and women who serve in our police agencies, but it impacts them and their ability to do their jobs and to do their jobs well. We need to acknowledge this reality and do what we can to alleviate the strain that rural police services fear. The influx of illegal border crossings we witnessed in 2017 provide an excellent example of how government rhetoric and policies have a real impact on the people on the ground, whether we're talking about RCMP or CBSA officers or Canadians living in rural areas. Our police services are often overworked, and in my visits that I've made to the detachments in my riding, and I have 6 major detachments and some smaller ones spread around the riding, the common theme was that of understaffing and that was caused by vacancies for individuals on various leaves. And so staffing has been a huge issue with the RCMP. In my area, they do a tremendous job, but Mr. Speaker, they're tremendously overworked, and I think a study is so appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to move to a few examples of some of the rural crimes that have happened in my area. And there's a poultry farm in my area who was having a problem with theft on his poultry farm, and theft of gasoline, theft of tools, theft of equipment. And so he decided to get a German Shepherd dog to help with the situation. And Mr. Speaker, they even stole the dog. And so that's, so that wasn't a deterrent. And farmers in my area and the folks that live in rural Provencher are frustrated with rural crime. I've spoken to many contractors who've had their tools stolen from job sites, or their tool trailers that they take to work as a sub-trade on a building project, on housing projects, to have those tools taken. And now they're not only out the tools, they have to go make an insurance claim. Sometimes the trailer is gone, another insurance claim, and often they're not adequately covered by insurance. And this creates a real hardship for these contractors who have to replace the tools, but now they also have had the inability to work. There have also been a couple or many instances of gravel and aggregate companies who often work in rural areas who've had copper thefts. Thieves come in and they strip the equipment bare of all the copper wire, which is used to transmit the electricity from portable generators to the equipment which powers it. And so the crews come to work in the morning and they find that the copper has been cut and removed. That costs thousands of dollars. I know one construction company, or gravel company in particular, for one of their spreads, the cost was $30,000 worth of copper stolen. And that's just the price of the copper and to get it reinstalled. The other impact is the loss of use of that equipment, which runs at $15,000 per day, which means also that there's employees that don't have a job to go to for several weeks while the equipment's being repaired. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to again reiterate the tremendous need for Motion 167 to be passed. There's an urgent need for rural crime to be studied here in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak about my colleague across the way's motion. I think that it's what the member is trying to get across is very admirable. At the end of the day, all Canadians should feel comfortable and safe in the communities in which they live. I know in the past, in particular, in the city, when I would knock on doors, and there's this one door that I was always interested in that I often reflect back on, where I knocked on the door, and the individual at home actually said, well, wait a minute type of thing, and you could tell that there's some movement, and she was literally an elderly moving a couch away from the door so that she could actually open the door in order to talk to me. And it was interesting where she talked about how it has changed her life pattern, whereas at one time she would sleep at night when most people wouldn't be anticipating sleeping, especially if they're retired. But she chooses to sleep during the day because she feels safer sleeping in the day, and she even has that couch blocking the door. There's a fear factor. Now, whether it's in urban Canada or rural Canada, it should not matter. People should feel safe in the communities in which they live. There are certain challenges that need to be overcome in rural communities that are truly unique in rural communities. We could talk about things such as population density, the vastness of rural Canada today, compared to issues related to the city of Winnipeg and the advantages of having a higher density. At times there's a disadvantage to that. All sorts of factors need to be taken into consideration as to why it is certain things are taking place in our communities. But it doesn't matter who it is that you talk to, whether it's someone in rural Saskatchewan or downtown Toronto or any other municipality, you will find that there is a general belief that people should be respecting property, that there's violence should not be tolerated, and that there is a role for government to play. I found it interesting, the member, by bringing forward this resolution, is recommending that we have the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security do this study and then report back on the issue. I've had the opportunity to sit on a number of standing committees, as I'm sure virtually all members of this House have, and standing committees can do an outstanding job, especially if they're prepared to say, look, let's put Canadian interests first and foremost and study a particular issue. I would have thought, and again, like I'm not a member of that committee, I haven't been a member of that committee, Mr. Speaker, but I would have thought that this would have been a nice discussion point at the committee itself. Where you would have representations from the committee memberships sitting down and talking about what we should be talking about in future committee reports. So I'm a bit surprised. Maybe the committee has had it. I don't know. Maybe they actually have done a study on the issue. I don't know. I think these are type of questions being answered would probably assist members on all sides of the House determine how it is that they might want to vote on this particular motion. But let's not underestimate how important it is that we do what we can as a legislative body to address this very serious issue that rural Canadians are having to face today. There is very much a growing concern about the amount of whether it's violent or property crimes that are taking place in our rural communities, and we need to concede that there are many different stakeholders. Some of them are fairly significant. I was encouraged by a member across the way, sponsor of the resolution accepting the NDP amendment. And the NDP amendment addressed a very important component. We talk about the importance of our RCMP and just how important of a stakeholder group that is. Well, we know that we have Indigenous law enforcement out there also. Equally, this is a group that needs to be engaged in the process because there are certain factors that do need to be taken into consideration, and as a stakeholder and as a partner, we need to ensure that we're reaching out as much as possible, recognizing the critical role that they have to play. Our provinces also play a very important role in this. In the previous years under Stephen Harper, when I was in opposition, there were actually cutbacks to the RCMP. We have seen in the last couple of budgets, there have been some improvements to the RCMP budget, but to get a better sense in terms of the financing of our RCMP today. There is an argument to be made, and I would suggest that we need to have that debate, Mr. Speaker, that when you take into consideration of all the different factors at play, that it could very easily justify us having a study. We know that the minister responsible for public safety and national security has done an outstanding consultation job in regards to a bill that we actually just passed an hour ago into committee stage. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, we will be hearing a great deal of ideas and thoughts out of rural Canada when that Bill C-71 goes to committee. It will afford both rural and urban members and Canadians as a whole, if not directly, indirectly through their elected officials, to be able to express many of the problems that are there today. But I say that because I know that the minister responsible did an outstanding job in terms of reaching into the communities, both urban and rural, looking at Indigenous related concerns to non-Indigenous concerns, looking at ways in which we can improve the way in which we have firearms in Canada, to some of the implications in regards to bringing forward a progressive piece of legislation and how that was going to actually make our communities a safer place to be. You know, a couple of hours ago or a few hours ago when I was speaking on Bill C-71, I had indicated, in my opinion, that bill was all about public safety. And that's one of the reasons why I truly believe that when we see C-71 going to committee, we are going to be afforded the opportunity to have that dialogue, at least in part. Now, it won't nowhere near be as detailed as my colleague and friend across the way is suggesting in the motion. In the motion, it's fairly, substantive. And that's why I do believe that whatever takes place here, because, this is just the first hour of debate, it could be a while before we get to the second hour of debate. I would like to see and encourage my colleague across the way to, at the very least, informally, if not formally, with the smaller committee, or as I say, informally, have that discussion with some of the standing committee members to see where they might fall on the issue, given the fact that we're going to be debating or having input in regards to C-71 and how it is that one could ultimately complement the other and possibly assist us in making a decision here inside this wonderful chamber, Mr. Speaker. I see my time has expired. I appreciate, as always, the opportunity to share a few thoughts. Thank you.
Order. The hour provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for, where is he? Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's my pleasure to rise this evening to continue the where we left off in November on my question of about the call center. So I asked the member, the minister, back in November about the CRA and its notoriously difficult call center. There was a scathing report from the Auditor General that pointed out that 64% of all calls into the call center ended with the agency merely hanging up on the taxpayer. Of those limited, just over a third of people that were able to get through to a person, 30% of those people were then in turn given the wrong information. So this was pointed out to the Auditor General, and so it's well known. The minister didn't dispute the findings of the Auditor General, although the agency itself had been much less candid, I think, about the problems that were known to exist then. But the minister's answer to my question that afternoon was wholly unsatisfactory, just routine, sort of blame the previous government for everything kind of stuff, and I think Canadians are getting tired of that. They're within their third year of their mandate. They need to start taking ownership of their own track record rather than just simply blaming it on the previous government. But this government did make a promise. They're in the third year of their mandate, and they promised to make the CRA more client-friendly. And not being able to get through to somebody is not client-friendliness, and it's a serious problem. And part of the reason it's so serious is when a person calls into the agency, they're looking for help. They're looking for assistance with compliance. And a problem that may exist or a question that is unanswered has a snowball effect. If a taxpayer is given wrong information and then they go and prepare a return or a response to communication with the agency with information that is not correct, then they've got a problem. That may lead to an appeal or a notice of objection, and then that just bogs the system down even further. And what we are increasingly hearing from professional tax preparers across Canada is that the appeal process, the objection process, is increasingly bogged down through sloppy audit, through assessments and reassessments that are not done correctly, and so the problems continue. If a person at the front end answering the telephone in a call center can give a taxpayer accurate information on a timely basis, that can lead to them complying with the law in the first place, then we have fewer files that end up in the objection system, and so folks that have to address objections can focus on a smaller number of files. So there's a cumulative effect to these problems, and Mr. Speaker, from what we've been told, I've spoken to people, both professionals that prepare returns, tax filers, and indeed some people that work in the call center and in other parts of the CRA. And Mr. Speaker, my concern is that things aren't getting better. The pressure on call center employees appears to be merely around reducing time on the phone in order to get the queue down to a shorter number so that they don't hang up on as many people. Well, that's great. We don't want them hanging up on taxpayers, but answering the phone and giving quick, sloppy, incorrect, or wrong information to end the call as quickly as possible, that's one way to reduce the queue, Mr. Speaker, but it's not a way to help Canadians. It's not client friendliness, and so it is a concern that's ongoing, and I found the minister's response on November 22nd to be wholly unsatisfactory.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to address the House and respond to my colleague's question about Auditor General's recommendations on Canada Revenue Agency's call centres. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm our government's commitment to improve CRA's services to all Canadians. The Minister of National Revenue accepted all of the recommendations in the Auditor General's Fall 2017 report concerning the performance of the agency's call centres. Mr. Speaker, with our first budget, we are investing over $50 million in agencies' call centres. We have already started hiring more agents to answer more to Canadians. Budget 2018 offers much-needed investments into the services that CRA offers to Canadians, including further funding for the call centres. Let me be clear, though, Mr. Speaker, we will not take any lessons respectfully from the Conservatives who chose to cut funding and training in the CRA's call centres year after year. As the volume of calls coming into the centres increased, Stephen Harper Conservatives reduced the number of agents in the centres, reduced the hours of operation, and reduced service standards in these centres. As to what our government is doing, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The CRA is taking action in 3 areas to improve services offered by all its call centres. Work is already underway to improve service delivery to call centres to, number 1, improve accessibility to all Canadians, number 2, to strengthen the quality and accuracy of responses, and number 3, Mr. Speaker, to enhance program measurements and reports. The CRA is committed to being more transparent with Canadians to ensure that they know the level of service they can expect and then how the agency is performing against those expectations. The service standards my colleague has criticized on numerous occasions were used every year under the previous Conservative government. Yet another one of their messes our government was left to clean up. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians know, improvements take time, especially the launch of a new technology platform. I can assure you, however, that there are ongoing improvements. We have hired additional call center agents, and we have improved our existing systems and processes to enhance access to the call centers. We have put measures in place to reduce the chance of getting a busy signal, and we have also expanded the options available to callers through the interactive voice response system. Mr. Speaker, I thank you once again for the opportunity to report on the progress. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her response tonight. It was full of promise and acknowledgement of the shortcomings identified by the Auditor General, but unfortunately, it contained no evidence that there has been any improvement in service or any fulfillment of their campaign promise to treat Canadian taxpayers as valued clients as opposed to merely taxpayers. So they're going to have to start actually demonstrating some evidence that anything they have done since they were elected in 2015 has actually contributed to keeping any of their election promises. They are well into their mandate. It's well past time to blame the previous government. I mean, we could get into a race to the bottom about who's been the worst at serving Canadians in a department, but that's not going to help anybody figure out how to file their tax return properly, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I just want to reiterate that our government is committed to improving services to Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. As the Auditor General's recommended, the CRA is taking action in the 3 areas that were identified to address service standards offered by its call centres, by improving accessibility, by strengthening the quality and accuracies of the responses that the Canadians receive, and by enhancing programs, measurements, and reports. While the CRA is confident that implementing the action plan to improve the services provided to Canadians through its call centres will improve the customer service experience, we acknowledge that achieving all these goals will take time, but we're committed to making sure that every Canadian gets the best service possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time that I stood to discuss the continuing barriers to the success of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Inquiry, I didn't get an answer from the government about how they were going to respond to the interim report of the National Inquiry. 2.5 years into the mandate, very strong commitment by this government, certainly shared by New Democrats, that this is our highest priority. This is a request that was identified by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in their calls to action. The momentum over a decade to have the families of murdered and missing Indigenous women ask the federal government to take leadership and get to the bottom of why and how these women disappeared and what are the gaps in our justice system that have failed to support them. November 1st, the inquiry provided its interim report. It identified that 7 out of the 10 barriers to its success were direct bureaucratic stumbling blocks put in place by the federal government and possible to remove by the federal government. I asked when I had the opportunity in question period, this is November 22nd, asked the government, are you doing everything that you can to remove those barriers? That we were assured, yes, we are removing those barriers. Still no evidence that that has been done, and still no response to any of the very strong recommendations from the National Inquiry in their November 1st interim report. So once again, I asked the government, how are you removing the barriers to the inquiry's success, and how quickly are we going to see a response from the government to the November 1st interim recommendations and requests from the inquiry? Thank you.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise today in the traditional territory of the Algonquin people and to respond to the questions from my honourable colleague. Our government is absolutely committed to ending the ongoing tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We are the first government in this country to ever step forward and recognize the need for this inquiry. We have appointed an independent group, and that commission has a mandate, and their mandate is very clear, that families must be at the center of the work that they do. And we are committed to getting family members the answers that they need and that they have been waiting for about the systemic and institutional failures that have led to the murder of far too many Indigenous women in our country. We are also taking immediate action with investments in women's shelters, in housing programs, education. We're reforming the child welfare system. We're ensuring for safety on the highway of tears. And we have been moving diligently as a government with our Indigenous partners and communities across Canada to ensure that proper investments are being made to help eradicate this situation. The inquiry released its interim report on November 1st of this year, of 2017 rather, and the commissioners stated in their interim report that they are striving to make stronger connections with families, with survivors and women and Indigenous organizations who are their key partners on the front lines. The government will be responding shortly to the recommendations of the inquiry's interim report and outline further actions at that time. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs has also met with commissioners on several occasions, including since the interim report was released. And on the broader recommendations, the Commission is right to raise these important issues because they are all connected. The government took immediate action on these points because they produce better results for communities, they lead to stronger and healthier families, and they support self-determination. We know that the families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls must be at the heart of this inquiry. And to put an end to this national tragedy once and for all, healing must be brought to the families and justice must be done for the victims. So we are all determined to do this right for those families that are impacted and many other families in this country. We are determined to honor the spirits and the memory of the loved ones that have been lost. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do the work we have to do as a government to ensure that this happens. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
With respect, I've heard that same speech for 2.5 years again and again and again. You didn't answer, the member did not answer a single question that I asked. Is the government going to establish a commemoration fund as the as the inquiry asked in their interim report November 1st? Are they going to provide additional funding to the Health Canada Resolution Support Program? Are they going to establish a national police task force to reopen cold cases, as the families have asked again and again? Are they going to provide alternative administrative processes so that the inquiry doesn't get all caught up in all this Privy Council office delay? The Truth and Reconciliation Commission did that when Murray Sinclair insisted. This inquiry has not. We have to get specific. We're running out of time. I agree with all the members' sentiments. They're all good words, but there's no action in them. I've asked some very specific questions. I'll keep asking them until I get an answer. We can't keep saying, we will soon reply. You've been saying that since November.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can certainly understand the frustration of the member opposite, but she needs to understand as well that this inquiry is progressing, that families are at the center of it, and there are many people today before these inquiries. There are many people who need the support of government in so many ways in getting through this process. As a government, we are acting as we go along. We're not waiting for the full inquiry to be done to make the appropriate investments and commitments. We've been doing that all along. We have been investing in shelters. We have been investing in housing. We have been investing in the reform of the child welfare system. We have been creating awareness around this issue like has never been done before in this country. We are working with our Aboriginal policing programs and Indigenous governments. We are at every single table that we need to be at to ensure the success of this inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada, and we will continue to do that.
La députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to raise the question that I asked November 22nd of last year, which was a very important subject for many citizens in my riding, in your riding, in every riding in this House, which is the Revenue Agency's call center. It's very important because with the season that we're in, it's tax season. Of course, we're filling out or filing income tax, and we're supposed to send our forms on time. They're supposed to be complete. Therefore, we expect quick responses. And sometimes a check from the Canada Revenue Agency. When it comes to call centers, there is a very clear result, and that result is failure. There's nothing worse than the situation highlighted by the Auditor General last year. Just to remind everyone quickly, Mr. Speaker, we found out that the Canada Revenue Agency and the call center, when you want information on your file, when you call the agency, more than 50% of calls are blocked. 50%. 53 million calls, 29 million were blocked. Nearly 30 million out of 53 million calls were just blocked. They weren't even on hold to try to reach somebody. They were just blocked. The phone doesn't even ring. And when the calls go through, as demonstrated by the Auditor General, when we managed to speak to somebody, in 30% of cases, the information given was mistaken. One asks advice of a representative of the Government of Canada regarding their file, and in 30% of cases, information is not exact, it's misleading. However, one would believe that when calls the Government of Canada, you would get the right information. And the people who pick up the phone should, in the vast majority of cases, give us information that is accurate, but that does not seem to be the case at the Canada Revenue Agency. When it comes, imagine if these statistics applied to a private corporation. Imagine if your cell phone or internet provider had statistics like that. That private company, if it had statistics like that, certainly would not have been in business for some time. Clients would simply have stopped dealing with them for offering such low-quality services. But when it's the Government of Canada, we have the impression that it's normal, it's fine, it's complicated because it's the government. It's too much money to give high-quality service. That's what the government's telling us again today. Because after 4 months after we raised the issue, not a single measure that can be designated as being implemented. They're talking about we're taking into account the Auditor General's report, we have a plan, we're doing something, and finally we'll offer better service. But as we speak now, 4 months after that report was issued, nothing shows us that the situation has improved. I ask my colleague if she can inform Canadians, yes or no. Today, when we call the Canada Revenue Agency, is there a better than 50% chance of speaking to an agent? And is there a better than 60% chance of getting the right information? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to once again correct the record in this House and to answer my honourable colleague and my friend's question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to note how ironic it is that the NDP is once again following the Conservative Party's lead. The NDP did the same thing during the 2015 election when it chose to follow Stephen Harper's Conservatives by choosing not to invest in Canadians and their communities in favour of balancing the budget. Perhaps my colleague does not realize that many of the issues that he mentions stems from a decade of indifference and cuts under the previous Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, we know what choice Canadians made in 2015. Rather than choosing the NDP, they chose a party which has shown time and again its commitment to invest in Canadians and the government services that they receive. Our government continues to fulfill that mandate, Mr. Speaker. Just last Thursday, we voted for hours to ensure that we could maintain the funding of the important programs Canadians rely on every single day. Let's talk about some specifics, Mr. Speaker. For starters, in Budget 2016, our government invested more than $50 million over a 4-year period, and in Budget 2018, invested an additional $78 million for over a 5-year period to improve CRA's call center program. This is critically important, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to these investments, we have already begun the work, hiring more agents and putting into place measures to allow more callers to access agent queues, resulting in fewer busy signals and reduced call attempts. The agency has also launched a 3-point action plan to modernize its call centers. The plan is focused on modernizing the technology, training call center agents, and updating its service standards to ensure that Canadians receive the quality service that they deserve. With the over $200 million investment in Budget 2018, we are making concrete improvements to the agency's services. These important investments will allow us to, number one, enhance the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program, which helps Canadians complete their tax returns and access benefits such as Canada Child Benefit. Modernize our digital services to make life easier for Canadians who complete their tax returns online. And by increasing CRA's ability to automatically qualify Canadians for the benefits that they deserve, such as the new Canada Workers Benefit. It is extremely important for the agency to treat Canadians as important clients, not simply as taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. We are working every single day to improve the services that the CRA offers to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I find it funny that my colleague, who was elected in 2015, that she accuses me of voting with the Conservatives. It's very audacious. We had the courage to say that we were going to get the revenues, the tax revenues, that would allow us to have a responsible and audacious platform. And I find it interesting that she mentions this after the budget that's been presented. I'm wondering if today, when the Canada Revenue Agency will present its results on its performance, on its call centers, if in the next report on the performance of the agency, if at least we'll be able to trust the numbers that are reported. That's what the Auditor General said. The performance numbers of the call centers of the CRA had absolutely no connection to reality and misled Canadians. Has that, at the very least, been corrected? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has invested more than $50 million, and we will continue its investments through Budget 2018 to improve the services Canadians receive from CRA's call centre program. While we made great strides, Mr. Speaker, we recognize there's a lot of work still to do, and I am committed to you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues, but most importantly to Canadians, that we will continue this important work. And as we pass the midway mark of tax filing season in 2018, Mr. Speaker, I encourage you, my colleagues, as well as all Canadians to file their taxes in order to access the credits and benefits to which they're entitled, such as the Canada Child Benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.